Well, a very good morning and welcome to the opening day of competition at the Abu Dhabi Grand Slam 2018. It's a fairly special occasion. We won't go too much into the details of why it's so special. I'm sure you'll find out. But it's a very good morning to our special commentator, Loretta Cusack-Thorne. Morning, Loretta.
Good morning, Sheldon. Very nice intro for us. Thank you.
Why not? I wanted to say other things that were nice, but I thought, well, you know, everybody knows.
A wee charmer, as you are.
Oh, dear.
Everyone loves a wee charmer.
Right, now, we're going to do something slightly different because it's fairly easy to look at the top four seeds and then pick out, you know, one of those top four and say, that's who we're going to go for. But Loretta's been doing a lot of hard work this morning looking at someone who's outside of the top four from the 5 weight categories that we've got to bring you. So I'll name the top four, and Loretta's going to jump in there with an outsider who she thinks that would be worth having a look at. So let's start by taking a look at the top 4 seeds in the under 60 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Amiran Papinashvili of Georgia. The number 2 seed is Francisco Garrigos of Spain. The number 3 seed is Guzman Kyrgyzbayev of Kazakhstan. And the number 4 seed is Sharafuddin Lutfilayev of Uzbekistan. So from outside of the top 4, who should we be looking at then, Loretta? Where's our surprise coming from?
You've got 26 athletes obviously participating, but Gershev in Pool B is someone, European silver medalist, and is someone definitely to be watching representing Bulgaria. And Ogazov there for Russia, down in Pool D. Obviously, he got a medal in Antalya and also in Budapest, a silver medal. So 2 very strong athletes on both halves of the pool there to watch.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you saw, you know, one or other of those coming through. Possibly stronger Albert Ogazov because he's got a better draw. Slightly tougher Gershev. He's in the same pool as Sharafuddin Lutfilayev and Lukhumi Chukvimiani. So that's a tough one. So look out then for Yanislav Gershev and Guzman Kyrgyzbayev. That's in the under 60 kilo category. Right, the under 66 kilo category. The number 1 seed, Vaza Margvelashvili of Georgia. The number 2 seed is Baruch Shmailov of Israel. The number 3 seed is Yeldos Zhumakanov of Kazakhstan. And the number 4 seed is Yakub Shamilov of Russia. Where are we going here then?
Well, down into Pool C, Zhurik Zhanov of Kazakhstan, world silver medalist. We were talking earlier on how on earth is he down on 7th position in the actual draw here. And Agadir, he got a silver medal, and also in Tunis he took a bronze medal. So this is definitely someone that could definitely upset the whole run of Pool C and D for a place on that podium for me.
I think you're right, and quite clearly he's on form now.
Oh, definitely. He's somebody that has really performed with a silver medal just recently. It's definitely got to be someone that's building up in confidence, because he hasn't had that many competitions that we've seen of him performing at that level. So this year has been a real blinder for him.
Good pick. Look out for Yelan Serikzhanov of Kazakhstan in the under 66 kilo category. Okay, the under 48 kilo category for women. The number 1 seed is Munkbat Uransetsig of Mongolia. The number 2 seed is Otgonsetsig Galbadrak of Kazakhstan. The number 3 seed is Paula Pareto of Argentina. And the number 4 seed is Milica Nikolic of Serbia.
Well, definitely some great athletes there you've just already mentioned, 26 in total, but one that's going to be a real horrible one coming up in the first in Pool C, and Krasniki, who's she's flirted with 2 weight categories in 48s and 52s, but now she's staying stable at 48 kilos, controlling that weight and making a real bid for the Olympic Games, I'm quite sure. Chernak, she's up against in the first round, so that's going to be a very, very tough order for both of them to try and get past into the second round.
Another good pick, and as Loretta was saying, the Olympic Games is what has Krasniki interested, and Loretta was pointing out to me earlier this morning that Krasniki hadn't been to the Games, so doesn't want to miss out again because
no, definitely doesn't.
I won't jump in too much because you've got some more information there. Right, District Krasniki in the under 48 kilo category, and now I think you're going to tell us exactly why it is that Krasnicki's so keen to work at 48 kilos.
Well,
Let's do the under 52 kilo category. Angelica Delgado, United States of America, is the number 1 seed. Number 2 seed is Evelyn Shop of Switzerland. Number 3 seed is Gilly Cohen of Israel. And number 4 seed is her teammate Gufen Primo, also of Israel. Tell us who your picks are here then.
Well, again, a fine lineup you've just mentioned already, so this is going to be a real battle and exciting judo. But we've got Guidfide of Italy and the top in Pool A, and Olympic silver medalist, so she wasn't put into the seeds in the top 8, so again thrown into the mix. But down in the bottom where we were talking about Kosovo, we've got Kelmendi, Olympic champion, right down in Pool D. And so these two young ladies, I think, have got a great chance of being on that podium, but on their way they're going to be upsetting quite a few of those top seeds.
I think 52 kilos may be the pick of the day, because Loretta's just pointed out we could have a rematch of the Olympic final here.
Yes.
Odette Giuffrida in the top half of the draw, Malinda Kelmendi in the lower half of the draw. Both of them completely unseeded. We could have had them in the first round.
And that's what's quite nice, is that they're in Pool A and D, which means it's kept them well apart. They're two strong athletes, but they could have been up in first fight. They could have had been first match together because they were unseeded.
And just to follow up on what Loretta was saying about Distra Krasnicki, you can see then why it is that Krasnicki has worked hard to cut weight, get to 48 kilos, stay at 48 kilos, and now is, making her way up there, because with the return of Malinda Kelmendi, there's only one spot available for Kosovo.
Yeah.
And, Kelmendi's going to take it at 52, so Krasnicki can go at 48.
Definitely a wise move.
Two good picks. Right, Odette Giuffrida in the top half of the draw, Malinda Kelmendi in the lower half of the draw. That's the under 52 kilo category pick. Imagine picking the Olympic gold and silver medalist as your outside picks.
Yes,
what a winner. What a winner that is.
You wouldn't have thought so, would you? But I couldn't believe it when I actually saw it myself.
Couldn't believe her luck.
Yes, nice to look forward to.
But it's absolutely right. Loretta's gone for two athletes who are not seeded. So good picks there. Right, we've got one more weight category to go through. The top 4 seeds in the under 57 kilo category. Let's start with the number 1 seed, Nora Zhakova of Kosovo. The number 2 seed is Teresa Stoll of Germany. The number 3 seed is Timna Nelson Levy of Israel. And the number 4 seed is Lian Qinling of Chinese Taipei. Where are we going here then?
Again, we're looking at some Olympic medalists, I think, that have been taken out of the under the radar, as you could say, and both from France. So we have Neto of France right up in Pool A again, but she's going to have a really tough match in the first, which is the under 21 European champion Emily Stoll. Now, both the Stoll girls have been performing excellently. They've got great judo, and that's going to be an interesting match to look forward to. But then on the bottom, we have in Pool C, who's just come back from having a baby, but come back very, very strong, very determined in a bid for the Olympic Games, and that's Pavia of France. Again, an Olympic medalist in her own right, very, very strong contender, and has moved back in to looking on form right now.
There's no hiding place in the under 57 kilo category. I've looked at all 4 pools, and wherever you go, you're going to find tough competitors. So the 2 picks there, outsiders, both of them, but both happen to be Olympic bronze medalist Priscilla Neto of France, who medal in the under 52 kilo category, and Autumn Pavia of France, who medal in the under 57 kilo category. Those are 2 good picks again. We're going to start by taking a look at the opening contest on mat number 3. That's in the under 57 kilo category. Loredana Ohai of Romania faces Amelia Fulgentes of the United States of America. It'll be Ohai in the white judogi, Fulgentes in blue. Sit back and enjoy the action. Really good picks from Loretta Cusack-Doyle there. If you are not absolutely certain as to what you want to watch, then stay with us on the commentated channel, because we will try to watch as many of Loretta's picks as possible, because that's what has been picked out. But of course, you can choose whichever mat you want. We've got 3 mats here. If you click on mat 1, you'll get mat 1. If you click on 2 and 2 and so on, 3 will give you 3. But if you click on the little icon that looks like a microphone, then you will get the commentated channel, and then wherever we go, you will follow us. We're on mat number 3, the opening contest there.
Well, what an opening as well. Fulgentes really straight out, very aggressive approach to this contest, looking very determined. And herself struggling a little bit down there as she went down into the Niwaza. Got to be careful she doesn't leave herself open. As we know, the Romanians are very, very strong in their Niwaza and can be quite dangerous there.
Fulgentis looking to follow in the footsteps in the under 57 kilo category for the United States of America of Marty Malloy.
Yes.
Who picked up Olympic and world medals during her fighting days. I'm not absolutely certain that those fighting days are over, but we haven't seen her for a bit. So
there we talk about the Niwaza. Once going in for the Jujikatami. Gentis really has to be very careful down there.
Leilani Akiyama in the United States of America is also along on this trip. So 2 Americans, one in Pool D, one in Pool A. Not a bad little effort, is it? Left-sided from Fulgentis. Just had Ohai avoiding getting caught up with that low left-sided Marotti Senagi. Lost contact with one hand.
Yeah.
So looked a little bit untidy at the end, but
I think
a
for
good
her,
attack.
I think for Ohio, it's a bit of a sort of a settling process she's going through at this moment. She has that long reach, comes over the top, she hooks in with the Ouchin. She's got that combination Ouchi Uchimata, which is very effective. At this moment, there's a lot of work coming from Fulgentis. She really hasn't given the Romanian an opportunity to settle at this moment and to get the desired grip that she's really looking for at this moment.
My eyes are drawn to left side of where Loretta and I are sitting in our studio, and the United Arab Emirates Association have got a little kind of studio set up. It's a bit snazzy, isn't it?
It is. It's very, very
shame we can't
suave.
point it out to you, but how come we haven't got anything like that? Just speak to our head of IT. You know? Looks a bit fancy, doesn't it? Look,
It does. It looks very good. I quite like our little snug area that we have. It's quite good. So we've got.
Ohai sorting things out early.
Yep. Well, she settled in definitely. Now settles herself into the second round of the under 57s.
Early exit for Amelia Fulgentis. It's possible that when she goes back and she collects herself, that I'll ask her to come up here and you can have a word with her.
Oh, interesting to see what she has to say.
Yeah, I think
obviously we'll leave it a little bit later
while,
so she gets over her disappointment, but I'm quite sure she'll have had quite a lot to learn from that, even though it was only a couple of minutes.
I'm going to try and dodge that bullet and leave you to
Thanks very much for
ask
that.
the questions.
Now we were talking about our seedings and favourites that are coming in that are just under the radar. Neto, as you can see now, Priscilla Neto in the blue and Emily Stoll in white from Germany. Now this is going to be a very tough match indeed.
Yes, one of Loretta's outsiders. It's a good pick though. Despite the fact that she's moved up a weight category, she's settled into it, fairly well. Sometimes it takes a while, doesn't it?
Oh, it definitely does. But the French, they're always very, very powerful, and they've got a good base, a great foundation of world-class athletes all training in one area. So for them, they will have trained with the weight categories and dabbled a little bit on home soil. So I don't think it was maybe out of her comfort zone for too long.
Right, well, I'm going to go down and commiserate with Amelia Fulgentis of the United States of America, prepare her for her introduction to Judo TV, because she'll be up here in a few minutes chatting with Loretta Kusatdol. I shall leave Loretta with that difficult task of talking to someone who's got knocked out in the first round. It's never a nice thing, but I know Loretta can handle that. Good luck with that one.
Thank you very much, Sheldon. I look forward to it. I'll choose my words wisely. Well, as we expected, it wasn't going to be an easy match between these. Emily Stoll picking up 2 Shidos at the moment, so this puts her in a very uncomfortable situation. One more would result in the hand Sokumaki, and I hope it isn't just as early as we think it might be. The referee just asked them to tidy up, but there you have Emily Stoll picking up the third and final Shido within a minute and a half. Not an ideal situation for the German who goes out in the first round, but for Priscilla Neto, it's a great start and a move through to the second round of this under 57 kilo weight category.
On tatami 3, new white for the United Arab Emirates, Maitia Mohammed. In the blue for Hong Kong, Ho Shun Liu.
Now we have Mohammed representing United Arab Emirates in the white, and Leon of Hong Kong in the blue. So we're in the first round, but we are now swiftly moving into Pool B. In the top half of the draw, an Osotogari there, beautifully executed. A good start for Lyon as she swiftly turns her opponent over with the Sangaku. Turnover, following it through into what looks to be trying to execute the Tati Shiogatami, but as you can see, the leg has just been caught up there and causing her a few problems, so she really hasn't settled into the Niwaza as yet. Mohammed doing really well of escaping from the Niwaza. And gets another opportunity in Tachiwaza to prove herself out here on home soil. Nuchimata attempt there, just left herself a little bit open there, exposed with only the one grip. Just couldn't get the Kazushi right, the balance breaking. She overstretches herself there, looking for what looked to be a Shiguruma, but come back there from the Cianagi. Leon now trying to work over onto that shoulder to secure an Osakomi, a holding, but once more the strong defences of Mohammed blocked the hold down. Once more that Cianagi, this time continued to drive. Really doesn't have that little finishing flair to the Cianagi now, but goes once more for a turnover, the Sangaku turn. Has the arm lock at the same time, whether she can execute it from this or the Osakumi. And the Osakumi looks like to be there. Cannot see the scoreboard, but I'm quite sure of the positioning there, the Osakumi. So a great win for Leon of Hong Kong, who goes through to the next round. And she'll be up against Lien of Chinese Taipei.
In the blue for Australia, Nathan Katz. On tatami 3, in white for Austria, Sabrina Fieldsmoser. And in blue for the People's Republic of China, Zhang Den.
And now coming up, staying with this mat number 3, we've got, and the under 57s, we've got Fieldsmoser of Austria in the white and Zhang of China in blue. This is the last match in the first round of Pool B. The winner of this will go on to meet Monteiro of Portugal. It should be a very strong second match. Both of them picking up a Shido very quickly on in this first round match. Not the greatest of starts for either one of them. Pressure slightly on. And changes the dynamics for the better, we hope, in the opening minute of this contest. Zhang looking very strong, the Kumikata, both of them there. Very powerful and restricting as well with the grip. It's so strong that the defences are restricting their own movement, but Vilsmosa follows down into the Niwaza and looks very strong and determined down there, trying to create an opportunity for herself. Looking for a few different options, really haven't decided on which option is better for her in this positioning. She's gone for the arm lock, but also she went for the shimiwaza, and now the arm lock once more, but on the opposite side. So she's more or less gone round the body of her opponent to try and look for an opening there. But a little bit backfired there as Zhang comes in, turns over, lost that great opportunity there of the arm lock. Vilsmosa was taken a little bit by surprise there after executing so much work in the ground. Now finds herself on the receiving end of some punishment down in the Niwaza. As you can see, Zhang trying to get that leg out desperately, but it's been held on as tightly as possible by the Austrian. And obviously the referee feels that very little is to be gained by staying any longer in the ground, and the mate is called, along with the Chinese coach been asked to stay a little bit more quieter. As we know, the coaches aren't allowed to instruct their athletes while the contest is in play. Only in the mate situation can they give any instruction. Koichigari, beautifully done. Vilsmosa really now on the receiving end in this last 30 seconds.
And the blue for Montenegro,
Zhang coming round the back. An attempt of a Sutemi waza, but I think more of a ploy to get into the Niwaza. She looks very comfortable as she exchanges from Tachiwaza into the Niwaza. Well, Vilsmosa really now has to compose herself and take an opportunity, this mate, to just think a little bit more what she's going to do next. It's taken a bit of the receiving end in the last minute or so in this contest. Uses her feet to break up her opponent's balance. Again, very strong Kumikata, strong grips there as you can see, and feet working quite nicely there for the Austrian. She throws the arm over, but waiting there was Zhang with the Sianagi as she comes under her opponent, but Vilsmosa again once more trying to draw that arm out. And there we have looking for the, well, there's the Sangaku reverse there, and now looking to try and capitalize, but referee once more calling mate and a halt to this contest. Well, now coming on to golden score, and it's been a very interesting matchup for the past 4 minutes. Only a Judo piece which was gained right at the beginning of the contest within the first 30 seconds. But since then it's been really an undecisive sort of run of this match. Neither one of them have been able to completely capitalise and dominate in this contest. So this match is really open for grabs here, and a place in the second round. Zhang has showed some really real good strengths in the Niwaza. Vilsmosa both in the Tachiwaza and in the Niwaza, has shown some threats along the way, but still neither one of them threatening enough to get the score or a completion in the Niwaza. Felsmoser, as you can see, that right hand high in the collar, cross grip, pulls her in. Now does the using her feet, tries to get that turnover. Again, a little bit too loose as she tried to flip her opponent over in the Niwaza, and Zhang coming over now and trying to do the reverse and turn her opponent over. As you can see, that arm's been tightly gripped onto, but hasn't avoided the roll as yet, which opens up the shoulders, creating a little bit more space and possible opportunities down there. Zhang, as you can see, has got that sleeve, tries to put some leverage on that arm, but in the wrong positioning to get an arm lock from that angle. Felsmoser. Well, it's very interesting. There's a lot of work going on here, and there's been some opportunities created. No finishing on those opportunities as yet, but a lot of hard work, which is quite draining on both athletes in the Niwaza. Well, sadly for Zhang, her coach has now been removed from the field of play because of giving instruction while the contest is in play at the time. So sadly, Zhang will have to continue without any moral support at the side of the mat, but that doesn't seem to deter her much, as she's got that right hand coming in with the Ouchigari there, beautifully executed. Sadly not getting the score she's wanting in this golden score, which could have been the finish. Felsmoser has another life gained in this golden score. That was a very close but strong attack from Zhang. Twice we've seen that, the Ouchigari. Osotogari here. She drives, oh, beautifully executed there, and Ippon called. Well, that was definitely a convincing win. She had the Ouchigari that she threatened quite nicely, and there stepped across for the Osotogari, beautifully done, and score an Ippon. Well, Felsmoser will be desperately disappointed in going out in the first round, but it was definitely an interesting match, there's no doubt about it. Both evenly matched right up until that golden score, and both showed sort of glimmers of getting themselves through to the second round, but only one can go through, and that's Wen Zhang of China, and she'll be up against Thelma Monteiro of Portugal a little bit later on in that second round. And now we have Equizian of Spain in the white.
On tatami 2, the white for Russia, Jakub Shavio, and the blue for Serbia.
And Porowski of Poland in the blue. Equidsian. Very strong kumikata there, as you can see, that right hand high on the shoulder. The Ashiwaza's there with the Kochigari, stumbling her opponent to the rear. With the Ochigari, obviously favours the rear, but then Poland comes back with the Kosota. Kowalczyk, their strong looking athlete. She battles away to get through the defences of the Spaniard. Well, there goes the first Judo for Poland. Equidsian there now looking to get that rollover. Opponent looking very, very strong and totally aware of the dangers she put herself in there. Well, it has been a battle for both these athletes as we're coming into the last minute of this contest. Neither one of them have managed to shine that brightly in this first round match. Equidsian looking the stronger, slightly stronger of the two. And the winner of this match will go on to have a very tough second round, and that will be against Theresa Stoll from Germany. Well, we're coming into the last 10 seconds. Only one Judo divides these athletes. And there's the second one now going to Poland. So going into the golden score is not very favourable for her. Cannot afford to make any silly errors now. She would forfeit the match. 3 Shidos, 3 yellow cards would give her the Hansokumaki, which is the disqualification. Oh, a lovely Ochigari there. Nicely done. Just didn't have the drive off the back leg. Sutemiwaza from the Spaniard. A sacrifice technique on the edge of the contest area. Equidsian looking the stronger at this moment of the two. Still staying in control and in charge of this contest. Ochi, combination of Kochi Ochigari. Both stumbling Spaniard to the rear. Not a deep enough attack, but there you're driving off with the Osotogari.
Ushita.
Taking her off to the side, more vulnerable to that edge of the contest area. Once more, a nice strong attack though for the Spaniard, staying very much in control. Well, we're into a minute of the golden score. 2 Shidos on the board for Poland. Sort of into the Makakomi.
On tatami 2. The white for Kyrgyzstan, Ertuğrul Rishtvandetov. The white for the People's Republic of China, Ma Duan-Im.
Yoko Sutemi. Well, I think both these athletes could be looking. Well, both are asked to tidy up, but you always sense a feeling that Shidos will be handed out. Now, will it be one apiece, or will it just go to Poland, which will be a third and final Shido and a disqualification? Well, she has been battling all the way through against her opponent, and there you have it, the third and final Shido, the hand Sokimaki, but the win goes to Ikusian of Spain in the white, and she'll be up against Theresa Stoll of Germany a little bit later.
On tatami 3, in white for France, Auton Pavia. And the blue for Romania, Corina
Here
Stepan.
comes another one of your picks. Loretta, how are you
Yes.
getting on then? Neto has been on. has she
Neto's,
already?
yeah, Neto's in there.
Safely
and-
through?
Yep, so this will be, but this is going to be a difficult one.
Yeah, Corina Stefan, for those of you who remember, Corina Coprioriu. That's who you're looking at there. This is the married name now, Stefan. So, Olympic silver medalist at under 57 against the Olympic bronze medalist from the same year. Both of them are 2012.
And the blue for Germany, Sebastian Zeil.
Who did she lose to? It's Matsumoto Kaori in the final. Coprioriu, well, Stefan lost to Matsumoto in the final. It was the only gold medal that the Japanese took
The only,
in London.
oh gosh,
Incredible, isn't it? When you
seems
think
such a
about it.
seems such a long way away, didn't it? Really, now we've got an Olympic Games already passed in Rio, and now we're on the doorstep of Tokyo. Where do the years go?
Don't say that, I feel old.
Oh,
I am old, sorry.
sorry, I was going to. I didn't want to say. I didn't want to remind you.
I have to put up with that all the time, you know. Oh, well.
Well, this is a very cautious match for both these athletes. They're a little bit apprehensive of engagement. Pavia, as you can see, slightly taller than her opponent, has that leverage, which is an advantage, really. Oh, but she wrongly judged that movement there, and I think she actually thought there would be a Tomonagi there that was coming, but Pavia, slight poor judgment on that, went down. Looked a little bit uncomfortable there, a bit worrying at that moment. But we're into just under 2.5 minutes remaining in this contest, and this is not going anywhere really to either side of this match. Neither one of them really shining at the moment. Both taking their time in this contest to work each other out.
Have you organised for all your picks to be on map 3?
Well, they seem to be coming up very quickly.
Incredible. Look, Pavia, you picked. Ilieva, the Bulgarian, didn't you mention? No, it was the,
No,
the
it's
male
the
Bulgarian,
male.
yeah. Giuffrida, that was one. Kelmendi.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they're coming up here. I know.
Well done, Loretta. You've
They
arranged
must
that
have-
very well.
They must have been listening.
And I did speak to the young American. She'll be up when she recovers.
Fulgenti's.
Yeah,
Emilia
She's a really,
Fulgenti's.
really nice kid, and she was very, forthright about the mistake that she'd made and getting caught. And I said, well, it's better that you come and sit with us for a bit and focus on the 57, because we'll be watching that anyway, and you can do it from a different seat rather than being, stuck in the warm-up area and, come up and sit with us. So she's going to come up and join Loretta as and when we can, drag her out the warm-up area. But it's lethal going in there because,
It's quite a small warm-up area, isn't it?
you get caught by all the athletes. I mean, not that I don't mind being caught, but they all want to say something to you, and you want to say something to them, and it takes a while to get from one end to the other.
Sodi attempt there from Stefan.
Into the last minute.
Well, it's been very tough for both these athletes, and I really wouldn't. It's a toss of a coin at this moment, which way this would fall.
Just a single Shido.
Neither one of them have been looking that sparky out there, really, to be honest. Need to have an injection of a little bit more life out there. They're both being a little bit apprehensive, very cautious in their engagement.
On tatami 1.
Dennis van der Geest is the stadium announcer. You can hear his voice in the background.
Very distinctive voice, isn't it?
Yeah. Powerful.
Isam Kasu.
The high lapel grip from Pavia. She just stays very upright, much more in control, very strong gripping style. But over too strong there with the gripping style, and picks up her first Shido as they venture into the golden score now. A Shido apiece. As Stefan bounces a little bit of life into those legs. Being the shorter of two, she really has to make herself look quite busy out there. As Pavia comes over the top once more with a high collar grip, controls quite nicely, but doesn't want to venture too much into the niwaza there. As you can see her backing off at the edge of the contest area. Once more the right hand on the lapel. She's trying to build up for that Ochuchimata. She has the long limbs, she doesn't need, and there's the Uchimata. Oh! Hey! Right when you could see it being set up, the high collar grip and the movement of the Ashiwazas just to create a reaction from Stefan, and eventually she got it right on the edge of the contest area.
Well, that, as Loretta was saying, is one of the go-to techniques for Pavioroi, has been in the past. That and a big Haramaki Komi on the same side.
Yes.
They are not dissimilar in shape and, nature of execution. She just goes that little bit further over on the right side when she comes up with the Haramaki Komi. That time it was, full-blooded Uchimata, but it's the limbs that really get you. You can't get off that long leg.
No. And that was always the major danger there for Stefan.
On mat 3 now, Evelina Ilieva of Bulgaria faces Lilani Akiyama of the United States of America. Ilieva in the white judogi, Akiyama in blue. We've already seen Lilani's teammate, Emilia Fulgenti's. That's in the under 57 kilo category. Two athletes from the United States of America in the weight category. Let's see how Akiyama gets on.
In white for Belgium, Kenneth van Gansweken. And in blue for Guinea-Bissau, Diogo Cesar.
Well, Ilieva, as you can see, throws that left hand over, but it's quickly taken again by the sleeve grip. Akiyama controls those sleeves nicely, knows the danger of the arm coming over the top as she draws the shoulder down, and there you have it once more. Makes it very difficult for the American to maneuver herself around her opponent when that shoulder has been controlled nicely. As you can see there on the face of Ilieva, she really has come in with a game plan here. She knows exactly what she wants. She wants that high collar grip. But Akiyama making it very difficult for her. But as you can see, the left hand on the curl up. But once more, Akiyama draws it off and finds herself, though, on the receiving end in the Niwaza. Under a little bit of pressure there as she's dropped onto her face. And Ilieva now digs in, looking for the shimiwaza, the strangle. Well, the defences were good enough to hold her out this time, but it's definitely something she's got to be very careful with. And Akiyama takes the first Judo. So we're halfway through this contest now. Akiyama really has to have a little bit more confidence in herself as she battles away in this contest, really on the receiving end. And you can see with the Ouchigari that almost got a score against her, and now finds herself trying to back out from the Niwaza, but by doing that left her arm exposed for the arm lock. So sadly for Akiyama, it wasn't to be in this competition and goes out in the first round. But they showed a lot of potential for the American. Ilieva goes through to the next round, but for Akiyama, a lot has been learned from that, and really needs to start believing in herself a little bit more. Edinari now coming up from Morocco in the white. Guidfrida of Italy in the blue. Now Frida was one of the Olympic medalists that was unseeded in this competition and this weight category, but definitely a real contender for the podium position.
The first round for 160 kilogram in white for Islamic Republic of Iran, Abu Faisal Mahmoudi.
Edinari comes in with the lapel grip, but as you can see, Guidfrida there with the Sutemi-waza, the Tomonagi, Yoko Tomonagi, has a first exchanging attack. And we're now into the under 52 kilo category. And as we said earlier on in our opening, is that with the seedings, the top seeds we had, we left out that were just under the top seeds. Guidfrida of Italy, who comes in the Pool A, who should be up against Delgado of the USA, who's the number 1 seed coming into this competition, and Kelmendi in the bottom half of the draw, Olympic champion in Pool D. Now, both these athletes obviously had some time out and to prepare themselves in the build-up for the next Olympic Games 2020, which is really on the doorstep now, but the valuable points that can be gained by taking a medal here in this competition is crucial for these athletes, especially for the likes of Guidfrida and Kelmendi, that finds themselves coming into competitions unseeded, so could be thrown right into the mix. For them, it's no hardship. They're very strong athletes and great contenders, but I'm sure they would prefer an easier run through towards the medal situation. Denari giving a good account of herself out here, as you can see. Very strong kumikata. Wilfrida really not having it all her own way as we battle through into the last half of this contest. 1.5 minutes remaining. Adenari takes a Shido, first Shido now, in the last 1.5 minutes. So although she's defended quite nicely, the Moroccan defending is now starting to creep up on her as she starts accumulating Shidos. Odette Wilfrida comes in with the Sodi attack. Underneath, stumbles opponent. Didn't get the full lift and rotation on that attack. Nice Kochigari there for the Italian. Oh, nice rotation there. The Sianagi totally rotated through, score a Nippon, totally took her opponent off guard and takes herself into the second round. And she'll be up against the number 1 seed, Delgado of the United States, a little bit later on.
On the dummy 3. In white for Russia, Julia Kazarina.
Now coming up, another one of my favourites to come through on the podium, the ones that came under the radar. Olympic champion Kelmendi in representing Kosovo in the red. Kazarina representing Russia in white. So Kelmendi in the blue, Kazarina in the white. Well, there was only two matches in the first round of this under 52, 18 athletes participating, and the two were the Olympic medalists, Olympic champion and Olympic silver medalist. Can we get a repeat of the Olympic final with both these athletes coming up into the final block and into that final? Well, both have started off really well. Kelmendi, a very aggressive approach to this contest, and Kazarina picking up the first Shido for lack of engagement in the grips. As you could see, she was trying to defend the very physical approach from Kelmendi, who's now secured a good kumikata there. As you can see, the left hand just under the armpit there as she controls that shoulder nicely. But there you have Kazarina comes steps across. Farnashiguruma there. It was a nice attack.
On tatami 2, in white for Hong Kong, Lee Hyun-King.
Kazarina there, as you can see, with the right hand on the lapel, trying to ruffle up Kelmendi a little bit there. Definitely looking quite aggressive there, the Russian. Nice, strong grip exchange from both the athletes. Kazarina not looking intimidated at all by being up against the Olympic champion.
And in blue for the United Arab Emirates, Ahmed Al-Nahbi.
Great positive approach to Kazarina. And Kelmendi's coach just getting a little bit of a telling about the instruction while contest is in play. Bit of a clash there, but obviously good sportsmanship. Just got caught on the face. Kazarina with the Sianagi move there. Once more, another nice strong attack against Kelmendi. Very sharp reactions of the attacks of Kelmendi. So this has been a very interesting battle between both these athletes. Well, I like the style of Kazarina. She's again pips her opponent to the post each time. Very, very strong, compacted athlete the Russian is here. Both opting for a lapel grip. Left to right. Mendes has that sleeve on the top, which can at least control the movements of Kazarina as she come through for the Uchimata attempt. She was looking, Kelmendi was looking for the counter. But Kazarina, as you can see, 2 Shidos and 1 more would result in the disqualification. So she has to stay fully engaged in this contest. She's given a good run for money, Kelmendi. She's not made it easy for this young lady from Kosovo. She takes the lapel grip, controls nicely with that lapel, but really needs to follow it up. Kazarina once more on the lapel as she draws Kelmendi onto her, looking for the opportunity of the Uchimata, but running out of space there as she enters to the edge of the contest area where Kelmendi gets in there first. Kelmendi is really just going to play a very tactical game here. It's the first round for both these athletes, but Kazarina with 2 Shidos can't afford a lack of engagement, really needs to pile on the pressure to stay fully And sadly, although was looking busy, really wasn't able to follow up with very little. And I think what we're looking at right now is possibly a Judo apiece, which would mean the third and final one going to Kazarina of Russia. But it's only one being handed out, and that goes to Kazarina of Russia, and that's the disqualification, which means the win goes to Kelmendi of Kosovo, who takes herself into the second round. Who she'll be up against Pinauska of Poland a little bit later.
On tatami 3, second round for women under 57 kilogram, in white for Kosovo, Nora Jakova.
And now we have Jakova representing Kosovo, a teammate in the under 57s, who's the number 1 seed coming into this competition, and she's up against Ohai of Romania in the blue. Loredana Ohai there in the blue, straight away on a first attack against the number 1 seed Nora Jakova. Well, definitely a strong, aggressive approach for Ohai of Romania. Those long limbs come in very handy as she reaches over the top. Although Jakova, tall in this weight category as well, really is struggling to get past the defences of Ohai. Those high collar draws the head down. To the Makakomi. Exchange from Jakova. Well, it has been a real battle with the Kumikata, both really strong with their grips, causing a few problems for each other. Ohai comes over the top, opposite side, hooks in those long legs, looking for that Ochi, but switching for a Makakomi. But Jakova just defending well enough, but Loredana really now having to stay very much focused in this contest. She's picked up that Shido and she doesn't want to really start accumulating them. The Makakomi there, as you can see, those long legs just wasn't powerful enough to take Ohai over, but nevertheless a strong attack. Well, you can see that high collar grip there from Ohai, but really the elbows tucked up in the air doesn't make it powerful enough. And there's, you've got the Koshiguruma from Jakova scoring. Well, it looked like a good score here, but nothing, I would have said a Wazari, but nothing been given, possibly out of the area. But Jakova had threatened that Koshiguruma before, and there you have a much stronger attack this time, possibly the strongest attack from both of them at the moment as we enter into the golden score. So only one Shido divides them. Loredana Ohai with one Shido, Nora Jakova, who just showed us what she's capable, and the biggest threat that we've seen so far as that Koshiguruma.
On tatami 3, in white for Serbia, Jovana Rogic, and in blue for France, Priscilla Kneto.
Well, Jakova takes the win.
In white for Belgium, Anne-Sophie Jura, and in blue for Chile, Marini van Gastel.
And now we come to, we're on the second round, staying with the 57s. Rogic of Serbia in the white, Neto, Priscilla Neto in the blue. Neto, we saw in the previous match where she defeated Emily Stoll from Germany. It was a very interesting match. Good performance from Emily Stoll. Both two strong athletes paired up in the first round. And that's when you have a loose cannon amongst them, with someone like Neto and Pavia both in this competition unseeded. Neto, European champion last year, and in the under 52s back in 2012, a bronze medalist, and has made a very strong presence here in the under 57s since her move up from 52s. And her teammate Pavia, who we've seen earlier on, Olympic bronze medalist back in 2012 and 7th in the Olympics this year in 2016. Since then came back and had a baby, so come back very strong. But we've got a Shiro apiece, and we're into the last half of this contest.
And in blue for the People's Republic of China, Li Yanghan.
Neto really not having her own way in this contest. Ruffled up a little bit here. She's looking for a bit of a settling point in this contest. She's got the left hand on the lapel. She throws that right, Nyoso Tagari. Very aggressive in that approach.
Must have been close to a score, that.
Oh, it was so close. But she follows through into the Newaza, looking to hang off on that arm, I think, but needs to create the turnover.
Rogic not out of it yet. Still over a minute left to go. No score, just a single penalty picked up by each of the fighters. Spoke to Rogic a couple of minutes ago, actually, just before she went on. Yeah, she was standing with her teammate, Milica Nikolic, in the 48 kilo category. I don't think she's been on yet.
Surprised that she would talk.
I know she was really animated and laughing and joking. And
every athlete's so different, aren't they? Some really want to chat and some just want to stay very focused and in the zone and really don't want any distractions whatsoever. But
don't think they've got any choice with me.
No, I don't think they do.
Wait, what's that on the tatami there?
I think it's a little bit of hair, to be honest.
Oh, right, okay. The referee will have to sort that out in a minute.
Nice Sianagi there from Rogic.
Managed to get
rotation.
Problems here.
Well, I'm not sure if it's... yes, there it is. Well, you tapped at the end of the day. It was a sad situation, but she did tap.
Where do you think she was tapping from?
I think she was tapping from... She said it was on her chin, but I think it was the shimiwaza, because she was exposed, and if the referee thought it was anywhere near the face, he would have called Matty. He was in... He had good sighting of that. So...
You're not going to change anything.
Not going to change that. So Neto takes herself through to the third round. And she'll be up against Jakova in that next round.
Right, coming up next then, Lien Chen-Ling of Chinese Taipei faces Leng Po-Sum of Hong Kong. Lien in the white judogi, Leung in blue.
Well, both of these have had a really good first match. Interesting to see how they perform against each other.
Lien is renowned for her newaza, and warming her up this morning was her new coach and new training partner, Hashimoto Yuki of Japan.
Really?
Who herself was one of the greatest exponents of newaza that I've ever met, and that's saying something for, the Japanese women. But she really was up there.
Well, she's tying up her opponent quite nicely here, as you see the Sangaku foot right behind the knee, giving her some movement there to be able to... She's looking for the rotation. She went one way and then decided she was being too defensive there to switch to the opposite side, because that was a nice change of plan and securing what looks to be the Osakomi here.
Hashimoto Yuki is in the chair. 15 seconds now. 17. It's done and dusted, I'm afraid. No surprise when you've got one of the best exponents of newaza on the tatami and one of the greatest ever in the chair.
Yeah, that was definitely some very classy judo there.
Combination's a bit difficult to beat, isn't it? The other one was in the under 57 kilo category as well, Ishikawa Megumi. And both of those fighters, Hashimoto Yuki and Ishikawa Megumi, both suffered from the rules at the time, which would allow for someone to win with a Shido. If your opponent got a Shido, or if you had a Shido, your opponent could win. Or if you had two Shidos, your opponent could win. That is no longer the case.
It's right up to the third and final Hansokamaki, regardless if it goes to golden score or not. Well, here we have Montero.
Yeah, against Zhang Wen of China. Montero in the white judogi, Zhang in blue.
Well, Montero must be one of the more mature athletes in this weight category. What a track record this young lady has. was looking at the results that she had: 10 Grand Slam medals, 7 Grand Prix medals, and I think she's got 3 world medals and European champion.
How many times?
European champion once, but I think she's got 3 European medals. But
Zhang Wen catches
Zhang
her
Wen
there.
just goes right underneath her, secures the Osakomi, and Montero desperately. Oh, she's done.
10 seconds. Oh, well, he's given the.
I don't think it was in time though.
Yes, nor do I.
The gong went before he called that.
Before he called the Tokita. I mean, they could go back and look at that.
They can check it, but
Yeah,
I don't
but
think it was in time, to be honest. And he wouldn't be looking. Oh, right. On the last second.
Well, the Wazari's still on the scoreboard. It will come up on our board in a second. But because they cancelled it, it hasn't quite.
Well, I don't think
registered
because I noticed that with one of the other
Yeah.
matches that I was commentating that the score didn't come up.
Yeah.
And it went to golden score. It completely confused me when it was going to golden score. They awarded because they hadn't put down the Wazari didn't come up on our screen.
On our screen. However, it is on the scoreboard down there, but not yet up on our screen. So there's a little bit of a hiccup in the way things are recorded, and that's automatic. It's not down to our guys here. I think they'd have to really sort something out. But that's a glitch, as you can see in the scoreboard behind.
Yes.
Zhang Wen leads by Wazari with a little over 2 minutes left to go.
Well, hopefully Montero can sort of pull herself back into play here. She's really got a tall order now, and she knows that there was a bit of an error there made, a lack of concentration, but you can't take it away for Zhang. What a start for this young lady. Great throw. And then straight into the Osakomi, where she held it almost to the bell. So 1 minute 44, and Zhang takes the first Shido. Montero comes in for a Sinagi. Zhang comes in, works her way in the Niwaza, looking for an opportunity down there. Zhang really trying to punish her opponent, Montero, in the Niwaza. As she circles up, she's looking at the clock at the same time with just under a minute remaining in this contest. And after this match, I think we'll go across over to mat number 1. A lovely Sianagi there. And just to remind you that Zhang, from the execution of the Osakomi, is leading with a Wazari. But we'll go after this match across to a really tough match coming up, and that'll be against, in the under 48 kilos, Krasniki in the white from Kosovo, Sheranak of Ukraine in the blue. So that'll be our next match that we will follow. Oh, beautiful Sianagi attempt. Montero really leaving herself open now, a bit vulnerable. It's a crucial match for her. And sadly, will be out of the contest because she didn't make the quarter-final stages, so she will be desperately disappointed in that. So we'll go across to tatami 1, and we'll just watch the final minute and a half of the match with Rishoni of Israel in white and Stanga when I get their attention. So here we have it, Rishoni, Chira Rishoni in the white, and she's up against Stanga of Slovenia in the blue. First round of the under 48 kilos, and coming up here will be Krasnicki and Chorak in the blue late just after that match. So this has been a real battle between these two young ladies. Rishoni coming under her opponent quite nicely there, breaking her opponent's balance, but Stanga rescued it quite nicely there, anticipates the move as she follows through, looking for an opportunity in the Niwaza. She digs away there for the arm, and now tries to rotate her opponent over, but Rishoni, oh goodness, has she left her head open there, but she sees it's on the chin. Referee calls the mate. So 15 seconds remaining before we go into golden score. Only one Shido for Stanga. Golden score into the first seconds now. Rishoni stumbles from that Ashiwaza attack from the Slovenian, who then follows it through into the Niwaza. Turns her opponent over now. Rishoni having to defend quite tightly there in the ground. We know the Slovenians are very, very strong in their groundwork. Very comfortable down there. But Rishoni defends nicely, doesn't seem too affected by it, but picks up of a Judo now, so this takes it into line now, both a Judo apiece in this golden score. Stanga looking very strong, high collar grip as she draws Rishoni's head down. Rishoni reacts by dropping underneath her opponent. She has to be very careful under a high collar grip like that. For the Sienagis, it could be perceived as being a negative attack. And in fact, it was perceived as a negative attack from that drop. So Rishoni picks up her second Shido. The reason that wasn't called earlier is that the advantage was to Stanga, and the referee was allowing for the Slovenian to stay with the full advantage rather than calling a mate to award the Israeli the Shido that she was well deserving. Well, the Sangaku movement there with the leg, but doesn't have the trap. She draws her over to the weaker point, uses her feet quite nicely, and still puts Rishoni under a lot of pressure as she continues to try and rotate her over. She has that arm, she's hooked behind, but the legs are not tight enough to be able to secure the head movement. So as that head comes over, she could quite easily escape. Needed a little bit more control of the heads. Well, once more Stanger piling the pressure on Rishoni, who's there defending quite comfortably there, but not an ideal situation for the Israeli. 2 Shidos and 2 minutes and 46 seconds in golden score. Kosota attack. Again, troubles Rishoni in the Niwaza. Oh, both athletes asked to tidy up. Oh, Rishoni has had to defend quite tightly here in this golden score. Really hasn't had her own way at all throughout. And it could be a possibility of a Shido being handed out here. And there you have it, the third for the negative drop. And the hand sokomaki awarded to Rishoni. Stanger takes the win and goes through to the second round in the under 48s.
And in blue for the Ukraine, Marina Chernia.
And now we have, representing Kosovo coming up, Krasniki in the white, Cherniak representing the Ukraine in the blue. Again, this is going to be a very tough first match in the under 48 kilos.
And another one of Loretta's picks. They're up and down on the tatami now. Krasniki down here. Krasniki down on mat number 1, whilst up on mat number 3 we've got Autumn Pavia. And again, this time she's up against Sumia Iroahui.
Oh, what a start. Krasniki powerfully executing her first attack. Well, the seriousness on the face of Krasniki. There is no messing around here. She is really up for business here. A real aggressive approach to this contest. She grips up, she ruffles the feathers of Cherniak, who stumbles to the ground, really can't stop. This little powerhouse creating so much problems for her. Cherniak picks up a Shido for taking the leg, but obviously seeking a bit of medical attention. Got a busted lip, I think. But Krasniki is no messing around here in this contest. She's come out very high-spirited and very determined as a non-seeded athlete in this contest. Krasnicki, one of these athletes that's flirted with 2 weight categories in the 48s and 52s.
Was doing a good job at 52.
She was European silver medalist, so you would think there's very, very strong indeed. But
yeah, when you asked the question, why did she move down then? Well, Olympic champion.
Olympian champion in my weight. So
gotta go. Aisha Gabanli has just thrown Julia Figueroa of Spain for Ippon on mat 2. Figueroa is hoping that it's going to be Wazari, that she'll be back in the contest, but if that stands, Figueroa goes out. Round 1. Aisha Gabanli. No, it's going to be Wazari. So Figueroa lives again. Well, that was we're looking at the wrong fight here anyway, because we're waiting for Krasnicki to come back and Cherniak with a lip injury. Loretta, sorry.
Yes, that's what we're waiting for at the moment, but it didn't seem too serious, but I suppose they have to make sure that the bleed stops, because they're only allowed 2 visits with the doctor, and then after that they have to step down. But Cherniak now back and play, and Krasnicki up for the fight once more. Not always an easy task to be out there in the contest area. Nowhere to hide, and only your thoughts with you at that time. Cherniak coming over those long limbs, trying to cause as much problems as she can, but for Krasnicki, not at all. As she steps in, it looked like the Ouchigari. There was a Sianagi movement, but the Ouchiashiwas were there. And Ippon called. Krasnicki goes through to the next round. Well, it was a very difficult match. There was no doubt about it for Cherniak. And up against an unseeded athlete, put her up with probably one of the strongest athletes of the contest in her first match. So disappointing for the Ukraine, but for Krasnicki, a place in the second round. And she'll be up against Stanga of Slovenia a little bit later on. But now we have Pop of Romania, Alexandra Pop in the white, Martinez Abelenda of Spain. Oh, I do know the Romanians are a very strong nation in the Niwaza, and when given the opportunity, technically very strong athletes, good Tachiwaza. A lot of them favour the Uchimata, very effective for their team. Seem to be quite long-limbed, leggy athletes for the women.
Dhabi 2, the second round for men under 66 kilogram. In white for Georgia, Fasha
Martinez Abelenda looking very strong with that left high collar grip. And as you can see, Pop defending with that right hand on the hip. She'll pick up a Shido for that. And there you have it. Again, Martina Zabalenda, high collar, but comes underneath. A Sianagi attempt, piling more and more pressure on the Romanian. Again, double attack on the Sianagi.
On tatami 3, in white for Russia, Anastasia Kulkina. In the blue for the People's Republic of China, Fen Xiaomei.
Uchimata attempt there. At this moment, the way this match is going, 1 minute and 20 seconds, Martina Zabalenda looking the stronger of the two. Pop just playing too much of a bit of a waiting game, and there you have it once more. Ishido for just taking too long to react. Strong on the defences, but proactive very little. Well, 2 Shidos to Pop now with just half a minute remaining in this contest. Not the ideal situation to go into. So as you can see on our screen, it does say that there's 0 result there, but we do have Martinez Zabalenda with a Wazari, so she'll hold on for the 13 seconds through with that Sianagi, which was counted as a Wazari. On our screen we didn't get the referee signal or the scoreboard, but there you have it. Martinez Zabalenda of Spain, who takes a place in the second round in the under 48s.
Well, it wasn't that long ago that we saw Laura, last week actually, when she won a bronze medal at the World Championships, the Junior World Championships in Nassau. So she hasn't been off long. I'm going to wander down there and have a chat with her and ask her, why aren't you having a rest?
Yes.
Didn't you have enough in Nassau? Shall have a chat with her. Yeah, so just remember, if looking at the top of your screen, we've got a little bit of a problem. We're not showing Wazari at the moment, so we'll try and keep an eye on that and look at the scoreboards, because it could prove a little bit tricky. Right, on map number 1 now. Round 2 of the under 66 kilo category. Baruch Shmailov of Israel faces Manuel Scheibel of Germany. It's Shmailov in the white judo gi, Scheibel in blue. No scorers yet. But it's Shmailov who picks up the penalty for wandering out of the competition area. A single Judo against the Israeli. Ojigari left-sided. Nagel manages to stand up nice and strong and fight that one off. Inside, well, we had the first half of the contest anyway. They were just the single Judo against Shmailov. Bit of a battle here for grips. And a Makikomi effort from Shmailov, but it doesn't catch the German. Chance for the turnover here. Yep, well worked. Now you've just got to free the leg. Top half is reasonably well done. He hasn't lost it yet there. Shmailov showing his strength there. Good upper body strength as Shmailov. Tough nut to crack, this one. Early days, yet still round 2. Just threw it for me, threw against the arm there. Shmailov. Just hanging on to the arm a bit there. There was the suspicion that that technique collapsed and there was pressure on the arm, but we never had a look at it. Shmailov coming up with the Wazari there. Much to the frustration of the German coach. Just managed to squeeze that one out at the end, Faruk Shmailov. Right, who have we got coming up next? I suppose we could have gone to mat 2. Yakub Shamilov is up against Ma Duenbin of China. But we'll stay. Serek Zhanov, the silver medalist from the World Championships last month. He's up against Batir Gubanyazov of Turkmenistan. Serekhzhanov in the white judogi. Gurbanyasov in blue. Oh, you're saying that he's on good form at the moment, Serekhzhanov. I wonder if we were right there. Carry it through to this competition. No score as yet between Serekhzhanov and Gurbanyasov. Tight little battle between this pair. Maybe they've gone head to head before in a Asian Championships or something. I don't have that information about what they've done, in their region. But as far as a head-to-head on the World Tour is concerned, this is a first meeting between the pair. I dare say they've, had a tussle locally, but not on the IJF World Tour. Minute and a half left to go. Single Shido picked up by Gurbanyasov. Thanks very much for your message, Andreas, about the scores, and you're quite right. We normally do that, but there appears to be a minor hitch today in getting the scores transferred over, and we're trying to fix that. But thanks very much for your message. We'll try and sort that out as quickly as possible. Just have to try and keep up with the scoreboard, which you can see in the background, but I know that disappears from time to time when they go out their shot. Well, you don't have to worry about that. That was a nice score there from Serekhzhanov. He may fancy his chances of an ippon here. Indeed it is. Cho Min-sun, the referee in the middle, changes that from Uzari to ippon, and it's Serekhzhanov who goes through to the next round. I'll just try and update you with regard to exactly where we are in the under 66 kilo category quarterfinal. Vazamark Velashvili will face Dmitry Shershan of Belarus, the Georgian going up against the Belarusian. Yakub Shamilov of Russia has just won his contest on mat 2 against Ma Duenbin of China. He goes into that quarterfinal. Baruch Shmailov of Israel will now face Yelan Serekhzhanov in the third of the quarterfinals, and we haven't come yet to the others yet. We're still underway with that. And coming up next, it's Yeldos Zhumakanov of Kazakhstan to face Andras Yereb of Slovenia. It's Jumakanov in the white judo gi, Yereb in blue. Yereb's teammate Adrian Gombots is just taking to mat 2 at the moment in his second round contest. That one is just getting underway on mat 2 if you want to see that. He's up against Kenneth van Gansbeker of Belgium. Minute gone, no score yet, just the single Shido against Jumakanov. He's perfectly at liberty to attack his opponent there. Yereb. It was Jumakanov who was on the ground, but no nearwaza begins until both players engage on the ground, so that's why the referee was allowing that one to continue. Once the 2 fighters are on the ground, then that becomes nearwaza situation, and one can't stand up and attack the other on the ground. The nearwaza would then be called mate, but as long as one remains standing, then the tachiwaza situation continues. 2:20 odd left to go. Second penalty picked up by Jumakanov, finding things difficult against Yereb with still plenty of time left on the clock. Jumakanov pulled one out there, didn't he? Mazari on the board, but Yereb is going to pressure him here. Jumakanov would be better finishing this off if he can. And there you go. When the going gets tough, Jumakanov gets going. Finished that off nicely with the Kazakh fighter. And that puts him into the quarterfinal. So waiting for confirmation, or? Well, I know the referees have had earpieces in the past, but I didn't know they also had mouthpieces. I'm looking at Roberta Chiolia of Italy, the referee in the middle there. Looks as though she's got a headset on. Whether she can actually chat to them, I don't know. Yeah, having a little... Oh no, so just Wazari. Okay, so Yereb not out of it yet. Well, you know, this is such a tricky one, because Yereb can take the strong grip. There's nothing wrong with that. But what he's got to do is to use it to attack positively. And right now I feel as though all that Andras is trying to do is get the dominant grip, pull his opponent down. Like he's thrown in a little Kataguruma attempt there. Picks up a penalty. But, you know, he's just trying to draw another penalty for Jumakanov. He's got plenty of time here. If he just rides it out, Jumakanov may pick up one himself. Risky business to get involved in. Chance to work on the ground here. Top half looks strong. Trying to free the leg. You get a little bit of time. And if there's no progress, then the referee will call mate. 40 seconds left to go. One arm attack. It's not going anywhere, is it? Almost walked onto that. Just running out of time here, Jereb. Could be that both Slovenians will go out side by side because Gombots has just lost his contest. Jereb is about to lose this one. Just needs to stay on his feet here. And he does. So Jereb not able to get past Zhumakanov, and it's Zhumakanov who goes into the quarter-final. Right, looking around on... Let's go to mat 2. It's coming up on mat 2. Amiran Papinashvili of Georgia faces Beslan Mudranov of Russia. It's Papinashvili and the white judogi Mudranov in blue. There you go. Current Olympic champion Mudranov in the blue judogi. Hasn't quite hit the dizzy heights of that day in Rio when he took the gold medal. I won't say he's been struggling, but you get the gold back patch on your back and people begin to expect things from you. And with the greatest of respect to Mudranov, he hasn't quite delivered. Not sure what it is that he's won since Rio, but not a great deal.
Yeah, he is definitely one that you tend to expect a lot more out of, and we always seem to be shortchanged with them a little bit, don't we? Having a gold patch, it comes with some responsibilities as such, doesn't it? And expectations.
Well, they're not making this the most attractive of contests. Papinashvili has picked up 2 penalties, Mudranov 1, and we've still got over 2 minutes left to go. So halfway through the contest, we've got 3 penalties between the pair.
It's not looking very good, is it, really, at the moment? Papinashvili comes into this competition as the number 1 seed. Had a bye in the first round.
Mudranov is way down there at 37 on the world ranking list, having been Olympic champion. I just want to check and see the last time. I mean, he medalled at the European Championships in April. He picked up a bronze medal when he beat Papinashvili in the bronze medal match. And then before that, it was Rio 2016. That's the last time he had a medal round his neck. So he's got the sum total of a bronze medal at the European Championships.
Since the Olympic Games.
Since the Olympic Games in 2016, which is now 2 years ago, during which time he fought at the Grand Slam in Ekaterinburg a year and a half after. So he had a year and a half off. That's been his problem. He's only started in March of this year. So therein lies the reason. So in reality, you know, in theory, he's had 2 years with one single bronze medal. But in reality, he's had March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October. He's had 8 months, and he's picked up a bronze medal at the European Championships. That's not such a bad result.
Not a bad result, no.
If you only look at the last 8 months.
And that's what we're looking at with some of the competition at home as well. That's going to be tough as it is. So it's not an athlete that has just gone off the boil and not competed for that length of time. He will have had some really tough opposition just on his back door. And
he's picked up Wazari there, having thrown Papinashvili with 39 seconds. I thought it was 40 seconds, but it's only 39. Close enough to the magic 40 number.
Your magic 40 number, yeah.
Well, I tell you,
we do joke about it, but it seems to be coming up every time, doesn't it? Around about the 40-second mark.
And they've erased that. So Papinashvili lives again.
Well, very lucky man, that's all I can say. He's, and he dives across with that arm, leaves himself exposed for the Sasai.
2 penalties picked up by Papinashvili, just one by Mudranov. If this goes to golden score, then it will be Mudranov who has the slight advantage. Just got to get that foot back in. He can't really, because Papinashvili is engineering him out of the competition area. But it's Mudranov who picks up the penalty.
Oh, 2 have picked up a Judo, so that's 2 apiece now. So any other mistakes from either one of them, it could cost them a place in the next round.
Well, there's no advantage for either fighter because they've both got 2 penalties apiece. So winner takes all here.
52 kilogram. In white for Switzerland, Evelyn Schoch. And in blue for Spain,
right. And Andreas, you asked for the scores to be shown up there, and there they are. Papinashvili and Mudranov, 2 penalties apiece. We're into golden score. And hopefully, when an athlete does score, we'll be able to see it on the scoreboard.
Hopefully.
We've been struggling a bit. We had a bit of a technical problem, but we hope we've been able to sort that out now. We shall see. Mudranov having to try and walk off a bit of a dead leg. I sympathise with him. I don't know why, but I've also got a bit of a thigh strain. It hasn't got anything to do with doing any judo though. Nice effort there, and over goes Mudranov at 42 seconds of golden score. And he is struggling, Mudranov. Immediately that he limped back to his position, there was going to be problems, and Papinashvili goes over to commiserate or sympathise with him, but Mudranov is ailing there, and he couldn't stop the onrushing Georgian from scoring on him. Right, we're going to stay here to see the 2 youngsters. Adonis Diaz of the United States of America faces Jori Verstraeten of Belgium. Diaz in the white judogi, Verstraeten in blue. 2 of my favourite youngsters in the category.
I was just about to say that. They're both really exciting fighters. And there's a Sianagi straight off from Diaz. There's hardly any bend in his knees. He's so upright and very, very powerful.
Brave boy. Brave boy. Angelica Delgado is still in there. I can't see her name up and around as yet. Just run through quickly and have a look and see. Yep. No, she's out. She lost out to Odette Giuffrida.
Yep.
So there's no reason why Amelia Fulgente shouldn't be up here now. I'm trying to get her up here all morning. When have we got the next round in the under 57 kilo category coming up? It's not for a while, so until that happens, we'll leave her in peace. But I can see Nora Jakova of Kosovo up on our list, coming up against Priscilla Neto. That's one of your picks, isn't it?
Yes.
We can do that next.
As these two battle away there, it's 1-for-1 each time. Sutemi was her attempt, the Tomonagi just lost the footing there. Oh. Verstraeten takes the lead with Awazari now. Coming up to 2.5 minutes remaining in the contest as he follows now through into the Niwaza. Very sharp indeed, catches the head, rolls his opponent over, secures the Osakomi. Nice little bit of Niwaza there, fantastic transition. And Verstraeten secures that hold and secures a place in round 3. And he'll be up against Papinashvili a little bit later on.
Yeah, Papinashvili having gotten past Beslan Mudranov after Mudranov picked up that knee injury, or thigh strain, I think it was.
On Tatami 2, meanwhile for Uzbekistan, Shalafudin Lutfilayev, and in blue for the Ukraine, Artem Leshu.
Lutfilayev here is representing Uzbekistan in the white, and Lesku of Ukraine in blue. Second round of the under 60s. Oh, good strong grip there. Viliev drawing his opponent down into the ground. Very powerful looking athlete. Strong grips. Ukraine really struggling to overcome the power of the Uzbek. Oh, nice Uchimata. Stepping in and hooking with the Ochigari, a good combination, hovering around there, but the Uchimata is the final advance, scoring a Wazari. As we just go into the 3rd minute. Lutfiev really looking very strong out there and just ruffling the feathers here of his opponent. He's not really had an opportunity at all in this contest. Once more entering with the Sianagi, following through now. A little bit slow on the approach of the Niwaza.
Hey.
Rosario on the board, 1 minute 45 seconds remaining. Filiev looking very strong out there and totally in control of the pace of this contest. Has been right from the beginning. The left hand on the lapel, but it's got caught on the face there. Lesyuk, they're just going for medical attention. So there'll be a slight pause in this contest while the athlete seeks the medical attention. I don't think it was anything serious. It's coming from the hand, it looked like. And coming up shortly on mat number 3, we have Kelmendi again, Neto, Pavia, those that we mentioned earlier in the opening of this first day.
Yeah, it's a bit busy little time on mat 3, isn't it?
Mat 3, yes, seems to be bringing them all out and keeping them all in at the moment. Ogazov there will be down. Fourth match on mat number 1.
I told him you'd picked him out this morning.
Did you?
Yeah. Saw him in the corridor and I said, hey, my colleague has picked you out as a winner today.
Well, hopefully it comes through. He'll be delighted with that, won't he? The result here today. Well, for something that just seemed a minor, didn't look a serious injury at all, but definitely it's taken its time to strap him up. Sadly, for the athlete that's left in the middle of the tatami, it's time to stay composed. Not always the easiest thing to do, being left out there. Going to stay focused.
Is it Lesyuk that has got something wrong with his hands or something?
It was, yeah, it looked like it didn't. There was blood coming from somewhere. He was unaware that he had blood coming from his hand, but
Busted nail or
it
something
could be
like that.
something
Yeah.
like that. But he was unaware that he had an injury. So, but now he's back, and we're back in action. Straight into the attack, which is a good start for him after quite a long pause in this contest. And look, Filiev there trying to secure the head before pulling out, but he needs to really get that head tied up, the upper part of the body. He really wasn't getting that done, so called a mate. Uzbekistan there defending nicely against the Makakomi attempt there. Plesyuk defending. Well, definitely a more feistier approach to this contest from the Ukraine. Gets up really close under the arms. Oh, and the Kosota, beautifully done. Lutfiliev takes the win. But goodness me, in what style.
On tatami 2, in white for Georgia, Lufumi Shikpiyama. And in blue for the People's Republic of China, Su Linechi.
Want to stay here or see something else that grabs your eye? Well, we're going to have to go down to mat number 3 fairly soon anyway, because Karolina Pienkowska of Poland faces Mylinda Kelmendi. So what do you want to do? Do you want to go down there in preparation?
This Demiani is actually a really interesting match, so it'd be quite interesting just to see how this goes.
Okay.
I can't see it going for very long, so I think I'm torn between, but let's go back down. Let's go to mat number 3, with Kelmendi.
Right.
As one of the ones that we highlighted earlier on. This will be an interesting match.
So coming on to mat number 3 now, Karolina Pienkowska of Poland faces Mylinda Kelmendi of Kosovo. It's Pienkowska in the white judogi, Kelmendi in blue. We've seen the Olympic champion once this morning, haven't we?
Yes, and she started off very well. Very, very strong athlete. Didn't have any problems in that first match. And comes in deep with the grip there, but a Sutemi was her attempt there from Pienkowska. Kelmendi takes that left hand again once more on the high collar, drawing her opponent's head down. Very, very strong grip that she has there. And Pienkowska picks up a Shido for ducking under the arm, trying to avoid the grip. And then picks up a second Shido for lack of engagement there. So 2 Shidos within the first minute. Not a great start for Pienkowska, who attempts a Sutemi waza on Kelmendi, who blocks it quite nicely without any worries. Kelmendi just controlling the sleeve now. Comes high, tries to get that high collar grip that she favours. Pienkowska just trying to draw on that arm, but gets her head all caught up. Comes in for an attempt of a Sianagi, but it looks a very poor attack because of the power that's generated through that high collar grip from Kelmendi. High collar once more, very deep on the back this time, the Uchimata attempt. Jankowska drops to her knees to avoid the lift. Once more, very strong kumikata from Kelmendi, controls nicely. Arai Makakomi scoring a nippon. Well, they've given it a Wazari.
Tatami 1, 8 point for Kazakhstan, Usman Irtisbayev. And in blue for Hungary, Savo Saft.
Well, she ducked under once more. She knew she'd done it. And there you have it, the third and final Shido leading up to the last minute of contest. And Kelmendi goes through to the third round.
All very friendly looking at the end there, wasn't it?
It was quite funny when she ducked. She just literally went, "Oh no,
Yeah.
I've just done it again." And I think that just put a smile to Kelmendi's face, because she was quite open that she knew she was going to expect a Shido. She knew she had lost. She'd no sooner done it and it happened. That's it. What a shame.
Coming up now, Nora Jakova of Kosovo faces Priscilla Neto of France. It's Jakova in the white judogi, Neto in blue. Where are we as far as the quarter-final? Let's for a place in the semi-final already.
Yes,
then. Wow.
that's right.
And great guns here.
Well, this is going to be a tough match. The number 1 seed. High collar grip, looking very strong indeed, but not really taking it any further than the grip, so both of them will pick up a Shido. Neto obviously has a slight disadvantage of the height here. As you can see, Jakova, high collar grip, that long reach, making it so easy for her to get. Struggled a little bit in a previous match against the Romanian Ohai. But at the moment, Jakova doing a bit of the chasing to try and get the first grip. Neto comes over the top with the left, blocking that right side, but Jakova releases it and she just has that lapel only. Well, Jakova now picks up the second Shido, and we're only coming up to the halfway mark. Not an ideal situation against a very strong opponent. Uchimata, that she's very, very clever with. Very powerful, the Kosota, to try and get that leg to stumble back. Good combination of techniques from the Ouchi to the Kosota. Trying to get the reaction from her opponent to open up for the Uchimata. The leg going up the middle. Needs to have more of a pulling action though on that sleeve grip to make it more effective. Neto really still has to do some work now. Not really seen too much. She's been very passive out there. She has the left hand on the lapel now, trying to set up as the Taitoshi, but she switches it to the opposite side for the Makakomi. Again, Neto backing out a little bit. Finds obviously the high collar grip quite challenging for her. Gets the lapel. The Uchimata's there. Left her supporting leg a little bit too far out and stumbled slightly. Was very lucky not to get caught with the counter from Neto, who's just didn't see it coming quick enough. A lost opportunity there for Neto. She comes round the back. Gets her head caught up though, so Neto stumbles down on what looked to be a very strong engagement there with the hips. Lost a little bit of confidence against the reaction of Jakova. And Jakova with 2 Shidos, one more would result in the hand Sokimaki, so she really does need to stay focused and in control. Cannot afford to make any silly errors now. She's already given away 2 valuable percentages with the Shidos. And now we're coming into golden score. Well, a little bit like the contest with Stoll. Took that little bit longer to warm up into this contest, but there you have it. Comes round the back, scoring the Wazari. That's if it was called. Well, they've decided not to call it. Maybe didn't feel that it was a continuous move as she came back round the back for the Kosota. Jakova with the high collar grip, working her on the edge of the contest area as Neto defends. And we'll pick up the second Shido. Right, well, Neto has to do some work, but that was a nice attack there. Looked like it was coming to nothing, but eventually got.
Saikomi
Well, there you have it.
rolled into it herself.
Oh, ho, ho.
Too tired to get out of this one. 10 seconds is all she needs.
Well, that was a very, very poor reaction, wasn't it, for Neto? She just fell straight into that silly error. But Jakova capitalizes on it, takes the win for Ippon, and goes through to the semi-final of the under-57s.
Shocker, really. In the way that she exited that.
That was a silly, silly error, wasn't it? And for someone of her caliber, you don't expect that sort of judo, really. But for me, Jakova has been very impressive. She dominated that contest right from the beginning. She took full advantage of her height, the range of movement that she had, and kept controlled and composed throughout. And it paid off. So we have from Taipei, Lian in the white, Zhang of China in the blue. This is a quarter-final of the under-57s. The winner of this will meet Jakova in that quarter-final stage. And we saw a very impressive oh, beautiful entry of the Uchimata. Straight away within seconds, scoring a Wazari, and then follows it through into the Niwaza, where we've seen already how well equipped she is in the Niwaza. Very strong athlete and has been very impressive here today. Working that leg out. Almost there. Zhang doing so much to try and get out of it, but still isn't out of the trouble yet. Once more the Sangaku turn, but left her leg a little bit exposed. But just didn't have that arm to control it. Well, Wen Xiang really had her work cut out for her. That would have been very tasking indeed and have taken a lot of energy out of her. Lien, oh, but she comes in with the Osotogari.
Tight scores are tied.
Oh, well, this opens it all up now again. But
She's out with the Osaikomi as quickly as she can.
yeah, well, she's not obviously confident in the ground.
Not against Lien.
Lien is very... She's excellent in her niwaza, isn't she? Very, very sharp indeed. Quite an exciting athlete to watch. A real all-rounder. Not only she has a good, strong tachiwaza, but her niwaza is phenomenal. It really is. One of the strongest in this weight category, I would say, if not here today for the women. Sangaku turn again. But this time the legs are just too wide apart to control. Well, there seems to be a bit of a supporters club going on here as well for
Lien.
Lien. Oh,
Yeah, she's from Komatsu, although she's, from Chinese Taipei. She's in Japan, and that's where the
right.
skills come in. Worked extensively with Ishikawa Megumi previously, and now with Hashimoto Yuki, the two that I mentioned as the top nearwaza specialists of all time, as far as I'm concerned.
Yes.
In Japan, and I've seen plenty of them, but they were spectacular. They were demons on the ground.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, their tachiwaza was not that great. That's what lets Lien down.
Yes. Well, Lien, as you can see, it's her the finishing touches of her niwaza. She's had so many opportunities in the ground, but her opponents managed to escape where you would have thought that she would have been able to secure it tighter. As she was her attempt there. Follows it through once more for the Sangaku turnover, but needs to be much tighter there. Can she secure it? Well, she's got the legs tied up. There she has it, and it's just got to take her time like she did previous match. She's working that arm over to get the turn. Secures the turn. Now can she tie up that arm or come over onto the top for the Osakomi? And there you have the Osakomi's been called. And the Ippon. So Wazari Aseti Ippon, and a great win for Lien, who goes into the semi-final with Jakova of Kosovo a little bit later on.
Next quarterfinal on tatami 3. In white for Germany, Teresa Stoll. And in blue for France, Autumn Pavia.
So now we have Teresa Stoll of Germany in the white, Autumn Pavia of France in blue.
On tatami 1.
Well, Pavia straight away, very strong attack with the Ashiwazas. Kuriashi Harai attempt, stumbles, well, breaks the balance of Stoll. Stoll edging Pavia to the edge of the contest area, and Pavia picking up the first Shido. She throws that arm once more. Pavia has the lapel, looks for the Uchimata, which we know is very effective, seen it in the previous contest. Shows the hip, comes across. She's got the long legs to get the reach. But the Ochu Chimata, even the Oso Tagari off to the edge. Good combination of attacks. Stoll defending, so that defense is going to pick up a Shido for her. She's a Stoll straight in with the first grip. Controls quite nicely, draws her opponent across the arm, across the chest, or tries to at this moment. It's not effective at this particular angle. I think she's just waiting for Pavia to look for that Oso Tagari for the counter. As both of these battle away, it's really an interesting match and keeping us on the edge of our seats, not knowing which way that this could go, both creating some real opportunities for themselves. Pavia, see that elbow tucked up nicely there. A bit of a defence there, and I think Stoll throws that right hand, tries to connect with the high collar. Pavia defending it nicely, but both of them really trying to look for the high collar grip. Stoll playing a bit of a chasing game here with her opponent. Stoll there looking for the Oso Tagari. Very dangerous on the attacking leg of Pavia. And Teresa Stoll now taking another Shido into the last minute of this quarter-final. Pavia throws that right hand and connects with the collar, drawing the head down slightly. Stoll trying to defend away from it. Tempted for the Osota, but this is what Pavia wants. Yeah, it looks the only option that she has in that predicament with the head down. She was gutsy enough, possibly the Sasai Sakura Kamiyashi would most probably be a better option than the Osota. Pavia once more, high collar, turns the hip. This time she picks up the second Shido, so it's two apiece for ducking under. Stoll, you'd think maybe instead of attacking to the rear, a forward attack to bring Pavia to a front. Pavia once more takes the high grip. Stoll goes for that Oso Tagari now. It's as tempting as it is, possibly not a wise thing to go on the strong attacking leg. She is so tempted, and we've seen it a couple of times, but it looks like so much a setup from Pavia to show her the Osota so she can then counter. It's how many times can Stoll be tempted with the rear attack, but she's got the high collar herself this time, draws Pavia's head down and now has to look busy there. Both of them, Uchimata from Pavia, the Ashiwazas from Stoll. Now we're going into golden score, and sadly for Teresa Stoll, her coach has to leave the field of play. Pavia trying to reach forward. Stoll again trying to get the high collar grip too. It's a real battle, aggressive grip fighting tactics going on here. Osodagari, oh, Pavia so close to scoring. A very deep attack there with the Osotagari almost into the Makyokomi. Pavia once more throws the arm. Stoll again with the high collar grip, both opting for very similar styles of gripping. This time Stoll looking the more aggressive and won that exchange of the grips. Now we know for Stoll, she's a young athlete that's got a lot of energy. She's a very fit athlete, strong. For Pavia, in the quarterfinal stage, golden score, does she have enough in the tank? Is her condition good enough to keep going with such a lively young athlete? Stoll attempts a Sutemi Waza. 2 minutes 19 seconds in golden scores, almost 6.5 minutes. These athletes have been battling away, and it will be really down to conditioning. Pavia very strong at the beginning of the contest. Can she maintain that power? Chigari attempt, short of a score, but nevertheless a good, strong attack. Stoll with the high collar grip, draws the head down of Pavia. She tries to set it up. Can she be gutsy enough to put one in now? She really has to put an attack in. She's got Pavia on the edge of the contest area. Pavia is looking very poor there. Now, will the referee look? They could look at that two ways. They could look at it as being just a negative from Stoll, or Pavia being negative and trying to defend. But it's a 50-50 with the referee, and play continues. Pavia comes round again with the right hand high onto the collar, draws the head down, looks for the Ouchigari, hook into the rear. She also has those long legs that come in for the Uchimata. She attacks forward, bringing Stoll to her face onto the ground. Now it's an interesting match, and neither one of them really deserved to take the third and final Shido, and what you're really hoping that someone will have enough energy in the tank to be able to score. Over the top, Pavia comes in, turns the hips. Well, it's been a battle. 3 minutes 55 seconds in golden score. In total, almost 8 minutes that these athletes have been really battling away here. And the third and final Shido goes to Teresa Stoll. Sadly, out at the quarter-final stage, and Pavio goes into the semi-final. But we'll see Teresa Stoll. It was a great performance from this young lady, but she will head down into the repechage, and we'll see her a little bit later on. And now we have Nilsson Levy of Israel in the white, Konkina of Russia in the blue. Well, Nilsson Levy was recently medalled in Cancun. Great performance, defeating the world silver medalist. Had a great day's performance a couple of weeks ago.
On tatami 2, the quarterfinal for men under 66 kilogram. In white for Georgia, Vasha Bakhvalashvili. And in blue for Belarusia, Dmitry Shershev.
Konkina, good performance today against Feng of China. Looking very sharp out there. Nilsson Levy defeated Ilieva of Bulgaria. A very disappointing win for Ilieva of Bulgaria. One of the strong athletes. But Konkina takes the lead at the moment with 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in this contest. A place in the semi-final. Will be up against Pavia in that semi-final from France. Nilsson Levy on the belt grip, hips come through, continues to rotate. A slight pause in that movement though, so sadly it won't be a score, but nevertheless a strong attack from the Israeli. Kosota attempt there from Konkina. Comes round the back, loves the closeness here. Nilsson Levy right on the belt now as the hips once more start to come through the rotation. Just feel if she just didn't collapse so quickly, she might get more of a leverage on the hips and get that score. Nilsson Levy just chasing it, tries to get the arm. Kosota attempt there. The arm was over the top. Comes in deep once more. Nilsson Levy has an opportunity here. Oh, and the Kosota there from Konkina for Ippon. A Wazari, a Seti Ippon, and Konkina goes through to meet up with Pavia of France in that semi-final. So now we have the quarterfinals, the under 52 kilos. Giuffida of Italy in the white, Perez box of Spain in blue. This is the quarterfinals, the under 52 kilos. He's trying Perez box, using those legs and power to try and turn over. Giuffida, not one of the easiest opponents to turn over in the Niwaza. Perez box looking for the Cianagi, but really under a lot of pressure, and picks up the Judo for that effort. It was more of a desperate attack to get out of trouble, which didn't pay off. Oh! Good attack there from Giuffida. Good strong movements there, real powerhouse. Halfway through this contest, both looking very strong indeed. 1-for-1 attacks. So the attempt. Perez box tries to capitalise in the Niwaza, very little on option there.
Tatami won the quarterfinal for men on the 66 kilogram in white for Israel.
Perez box trying to desperately turn her opponent over there in the Niwaza. Perez box with the Ouchigaris, returned with an Ashiwaza. Well, it is a battle of the Kumikata at this particular moment. Well, both very, very tight here in this contest. Neither one of these athletes giving much away. Only one Shido divides them. Perez box. And she just felt under a bit of pressure with attempted a Cianagi. More of a ploy to get out of the grips of the Italian. Cianaghi attempt from Perez box. Nice movement. And with second to go, we're looking at golden score now.
Just tell you quickly then the lineup for the under 57 kilo category. Repechage contest: Priscilla Netto of France will face Zhang Wen of China. It'll be Teresa Stoll of Germany to face Timna Nelson Levy of Israel. And the two semi-finals, Nora Zhakova of Kosovo will face Lian Chenling of Chinese Taipei. And it'll be Autumn Pavia of France to face Anastasia Konkina of Russia.
Definitely some interesting matches coming up shortly. Well, half a minute in, golden score now. Still no change on this scoreboard. Giuffrida coming in for the Cianaghi. Nicely executed there. Perez box got her arm caught up a little bit. Looked slightly uncomfortable. Well, it has been a real battle, but Perez box now down to Shido's has got to do some work to stay in for a chance of the semi-final place. But Giuffrida, the as she was as the coach, Igari there stumbling Perez box at the edge of the contest area. Was so close to scoring. This pressure seems to be a little bit possibly too much for Perez box to come back from, but we've seen glimmers of Sodi Sakuri Komigosh, beautifully executed and scoring upon. Did take her 2 minutes into golden score to do it, but nevertheless it was worth waiting for. Well, Giuffrida goes through to the next round. And now we have coming up Primo of Israel in the white, and she's up against Ramos of Portugal in the blue. This is the second quarterfinal of the under 52 kilos.
On the quarterfinal for men under 66 kilogram. In white for Kazakhstan,
Primo, as you can see, trying desperately to turn the hips on her opponent. Sadly, without very little grip control, the upper body control, making that very difficult task indeed. But Ramos, a lot of experience under the belt of this athlete. Yoshigurumo was with a bit of a glimmer of the Uchimata as well. Ramos had a great performance just a couple of weeks back in Cancun, where she picked up her bronze medal in the Grand Prix there. Back in 2017, European bronze medal. But she's up against European bronze medal Primo, current bronze medalist, but nicely executed. It was Ochigari that took it off to the side there. Also, just barely coming out of the cadets age groups, a youngster from Israel with great promise. At 18 years of age, this young lady, and such maturity in her judo and her approach to this contest against someone who's has years of experience in front of her. And a bag full of medals as well to prove that experience. But Primo, as you can see, that left hand on the collar drawing Ramos's head down, but Ramos comes in for a Makukomi, beautifully executed and taken. There was so much lift on that it from here it was Ippon. So great win for Ramos. That maturity just was the percentage that she needed to come back from what seemed to be a situation all done and dusted for Primo. So Ramos will go into the semi-final against Gifrida of Italy a little bit later on, and again, two experienced athletes will be battling it out for a place in the final later on. And now we have Shop of Switzerland in the white, Giles of Great Britain in blue. Giles straight out with the Uchimata, those long legs, taking full advantage of them. Good positive start for the young lady of Great Britain. Shop, bronze medalist in Cancun. Also this year under a belt has a gold medal from Agadir this year, and also silver in Tbilisi. So very familiar to standing on the podium of a world-class event.
The winner of Dhabi 2, and in the semi-final for men under 60 kilogram for Georgia, Alian Fatanashvili. The next quarterfinal for men under 60 kilogram on Tatami 2 In white for Uzbekistan, Sharafuddin Lutfilayev. And in blue for Georgia, Lufuli Shifkimiani.
Shop there with the Kosota attempt. Giles comes through with the Uchimata. Shop comes round the back, tries to take the counter to the rear. Giles, forward attack, stumbles down onto her knees. Felt obviously slight pressure from her opponent coming to the rear end there for a counter. Giles with a trolling arm, as you can see there on the right side. She wraps the arm up, pulls on that sleeve, and the long legs come through for the Uchimata Kosota. But there was the Ko-Uchigari, beautifully done from Shop, stumbling Giles backwards. Ochi. In return from Giles, with 1 minute and 17 seconds remaining. Ochi Kosota, good combinations there from Shop. On the edge of the contest area, the Ochi Sianagi drive through. So Shop starting to look very strong out there, showing of quite a few variations and good combination techniques as she piles the pressure on Giles. 24 seconds remaining in the contest. Giles comes in with the lapel grip, sleeve, right side. Leads with the leg with the Kosota. The Uchimata's there. She needs the pulling arm just to get the finish. But again, a nice attack now from Giles of Great Britain. Well, we're now into golden score. It seems like a lifetime out there for these athletes, both showing great strengths in their judo. Some threatening moves. Giles with that Uchimata, the Kosota, those legs becoming very dangerous indeed. And a nice attack there, and the finish in the golden score. 13 seconds caught Shop from Switzerland. Cold split second of lack of concentration, and Giles capitalized on it with the Uchimata. Brilliant finish and a place in the semi-final for Chelsea Giles of Great Britain.
The Dhabi 3, the quarterfinal for women under 52 kilograms. In white for Switzerland, Evelyn Schott. And in blue for Great Britain, Chelsea Giles.
Now we have a quarter-final stage. The winner of this match will go on to meet Giles. Is Cohen of Israel in white and Kelmendi of Kosovo in blue. Uchimata attempt there from the Olympic champion Kelmendi. The arm deep onto the back there, controlling quite nicely. Cohen, strong little athlete there. Has a real aggressive approach, but this will be matched evenly with Kelmendi, as we know she's very tough out there and is a 52-kilo player. Cohen picks up the first Shido. Lost a control as she came in for that turn. Comes over the top, tries to trap the arm, the left side of Kelmendi, which we know is a real threat, but hasn't done a good job at that at the moment, as you can see Kelmendi creeping further around the back. Just playing a bit of a waiting game at the edge of the contest area. Cohen looking a little bit apprehensive and under pressure at this moment. The second Shido is awarded to Cohen, and one now to Kelmendi. So, a bit of a clash there for both athletes. And a nosebleed for Kelmendi. Well, both of them clashed quite badly there, and both seem to be getting medical attention. Well, I think this could really go on for some time, I think. So we'll most probably go across swiftly to mat number one. Oh, which is just finished. But mat number one's coming up. So it's a quarter-final. Gagrigos of Spain in white, Smetov of Kazakhstan in the white. Now, there will be some time with the other match, with the clash that was there, and the nosebleed will take some time to stop. But this is a quarter-final, the under 60 kilos. Garrigos there in the white. Smetov of Kazakhstan there in the blue. Gagrigos came into this competition as the number 2 seed. Smetov, world champion back in 2015. A phenomenal player in his own right. Really seems to be struggling against the Spaniard though at this particular moment. Been drawn to the ground. And we'll pick up a Shido there for taking the leg on the exchange in the Niwaza. Oh, an attempt of a Taitoshi. Lost a bit of balance.
The quarterfinal for women under 48 kilograms, in white from Mongolia, Movement Oranzece. And in blue from Portugal, Catarina Costa.
Some good chances there from Smetov. Gagrigos trying to rotate his opponent over in the Niwaza. Tomonagi. Didn't seem to be bothering too much Smetov there as he entered in the Sutemi Waza. Let's just looked at him as if to say what he was up to. But Smetov, high collar grip, allowing an entry there for Gagrigos. Both still looking very lively out there. An attempt of a tire toss. She does come a little bit short for the Kazakhstan. Tomonagi. Spaniard draws his opponent down, tries to get the rotation, but as you can see, Smetov tying up the head, trying to get an opportunity there, but Gagrigos holding on very tight. Defended well there in the Niwaza, and we're coming up to the last minute of this quarter-final stage of the under 60 kilos. A high collar grip, drawing the heads down, both a very right angle position, making it very limited for the techniques that they can do at that stage. Well, battle of the Kumikata here, both gripping low, bent over position at a right angle. And as you can see, limiting. Oh, goodness me, what an entry there. Well, that was a very unusual move. It looked like the Kosota, and then the elbow shoulder got flipped in there to get that rotation over the top. That was so nicely done. But now we're into golden score. Only a Shido divides them. Smetov with that Shido. Gagrigos comes underneath. A variation of the Katakaruma that he seems to favour at this moment in this contest. Tomonagi. Good aerial awareness there from Smetov. Spins out of the movement. Well, Ashido now given once more to Smetov. Second Shido, he cannot afford to make any more mistakes here. One more would be the Hansokumaki. Gagrigos, the number 2 seed coming into this. Lovely Koichigari there from blue. Tomonagi exchange for the Spaniard. And the battle definitely continues between both these athletes.
The Tatami to the ring challenge for men on the 66 kilogram. In white for Belarusia, Dimitri Shershan. And in blue for Belgium, Kenneth van Gansbeek.
Tomanagi. Kazakhstan really just staying very strong, but there's two very strong attacks there from the Spaniard, which means that Smetov really has to do some work now, but he looks to be in a little bit of trouble there. But they continue with play, but Cianagi with looked for the combination of the Ochigari switched through for the Cianagi. Siotoshi. Now Smetov really has to put a couple of attacks in now to stay in this contest. Attempt of a Sori. Gagrigos was waiting for it, looked for the counter. Wazari was given but quickly taken off. Desperate attack there from Smedov. As they've battled 2.5 minutes in this golden score. In total 6.5 minutes.
The record challenge for women on 57 kilogram on tatami 3. In white for France, Priscilla Negro. In the blue for the People's Republic of China, Zhang Len.
Well, a Wazari there given to Gagrigos, and Smedov really looking a bit bewildered there of that score. But I only think that it was just a matter of time. If he didn't get the score, he would have had the hand sokamaki. And but the care system will have another look at it, check to make sure precise landing, but it was the Wazari on the right side, and Gagrigos takes the win and a place in the semi-final.
And in blue for Russia, Yakub Shalyov. And on tatami 1. The quarterfinal for men under 60 kilogram. In white for Kazakhstan, Ruslan Kudzisbayev. And in blue for Russia, Albert Oguzov. On tatami 3, the record judge for women over 57 kilogram. In white for Germany, Teresa Stoll. And in blue for Israel, Timna Nelson-Levy.
So now we have the next quarterfinal out of Pool D, and that is Kyrgyzbayev of Kazakhstan and Oguzov of Russia in the blue. Both have had quite an impressive year so far, both achieving some great results throughout the year. So quite an even matched contest here between them. No Chigari beautifully executed there from Oguzov. as he follows through into the Niwaza. Great start. Sadly didn't get the score from that, but still nevertheless a great attack, which would have unsettled the Kazakhstan. Kyrgyzbayev. Well, while Kyrgyzbayev tries to settle down after that first opening exchange from Oguzov. Oguzov once more on the attack, trying to create an opportunity there. He's got the hand in the inside on the left side. Doesn't have the sleeve grip as yet. He's only got a controlling lapel. So really to be effective in his next attack, he needs that sleeve, and he has got that right now. Has the Ouchigari we've already seen, which is very effective. But he also has his forward attacks from the Sodi. And the variations of the Katakaruma there he has as well. So there's a few options based on the grip. Oguzov coming over the top, draws in on that shoulder, looking for the Ouchigari, but the combination of the Ouchigari, Uchimata and the hip throw are also a major threat. Kyrgyzbayev taking the second Shido. Well, the first Shido, he never had one before, so he's only one up at the moment. Well, flurry of Ashiwazas on both, but a bit of a booting action the referee felt, and you could actually hear it from here, and we're quite some distance away, so not sure what that referee heard, but it would have been quite alarming, I would have thought. So an inaccurate sort of movement. Nice Ashiwaza there, the Kuriashihare attempt from Oguzov. Kyrgyzbayev trying to pile a little bit of pressure. He's got the cross grip, but he needs to attack with the cross grip, so he lets one of those grips go. Two hands in is more effective than just one hand on. Well, both these athletes battling away into the last 8 seconds. Can someone get a score at the latter stage of the contest? Well, Oguzov was very, very close. There was no doubt about it, but we're now into golden score. Kyrgyzbayev, who was seeded in this competition, unlike Oguzov, who was thrown into the mix, and one of the... Well, that was a score from my end. Whether he landed on his back, but that was a very impressive switch of direction. Very interesting to see that one again later on. And that would have unsettled Oguzov there, as he would have been on the receiving end of that movement there, as we saw. The hips go in. Kyrgyzbayev, more gutsier now, has to open up. 2 Shidos down, he cannot afford to make any mistakes here, and doesn't want to be picking up a Shido for passivity. But it's making him look very threatening out there. Kyrgyzbayev, for once within this contest, looks like the one that has the potential to go through at this moment into that semi-final. Oguzov comes in for an attempt of a Tayatoshi, but it wasn't as convincing as we'd seen, and got to be careful there because he looks so vulnerable to a counter. Well, Kyrgyzbayev really has started to inject some energy into his judo. There you have it with the Ashiwazas stumbling Oguzov down. Another strong attack. The golden score so far for me has been Kyrgyzbayev of Kazakhstan. He's really led the way in this golden score. Oguzov coming out, Chigari, we saw that in the opening. Can we change it? The combination there with the hip throw. Ochi, Koshiguruma.
The semi-final for women under 57 kilogram. In white for France, Anton Badia. And in blue for Russia, Anastasia Kolpina.
Well, the hip throw once more from Oguzov. Well, 2.5 minutes now. These athletes have battled away. Kyrgyzbayev there with 2 shidos on the board. Can't afford to make any mistakes here. It comes round, but for me, he's been very gutsy in this golden score. And has really turned this contest around. Oguzov cannot afford to just hang back. Really has to start engaging a little bit more now. But the danger is, by engaging when someone is so threatening and, for me, so gutsy out there, can be an absolute danger. Oguzov near the edge of the contest area. He's got the arm round the back and he's not happy with that. He tries to back out and he will pick a shido up for that. Which means this will even it up to 2 shidos apiece.
And in blue for Israel, Heaven Pimo.
Well, he's a very lucky man on that one. Oguzov taking arm over the top, but Kyrgyzbayev are first on the grip once more. Hips come in, first on the attack. Kyrgyzbayev gets the lapel grip. That left hand, the right hand round the back of the hips. He lifts. Oguzov really looking slightly unsettled there, but he's got the Ouchigari, we know that, but the threat is that counter, and Kyrgyzbayev, I think, gets it. From the Ouchigari, Kyrgyzbayev, then the Kosoda. The arm round the back was the threatening ingredient for that score. And after a hard battle between both these athletes and 4.5 minutes almost in golden score, I think we've seen the right result and the right athlete go in to the semi-final. And there you have it. Kyrgyzbayev goes through to the semi-final. He'll be up against Gagrigos of Spain a little bit later on in the final block.
On Tatami 1, the quarterfinals for women under 48 kilogram. In white, Republic of China.
So Kyrgyzbayev
And in blue for Kosovo, it's the
into the semi-finals. Now we're coming up to the ladies under 48 kilos, and this is the quarter-final stage. And we have
been a while since the Chinese have had a good under 48 kilo category fighter, and beginning to look as though Li Yanan may fit that bill. Early days yet, but there she is in the quarterfinal of a Grand Slam. Krasnicki looking to be the third Kosovan into a semi-final today. We've already had Malinda Kelmendi. She's in the semi-final of the under 52 kilo category. We've had Nora Zhakova at under 57. She's into the semi-final of the under 57 kilo category. If I'm not mistaken, they may be slightly further advanced. Zhakova. She's actually already in the final. That's it, one. And another look at that, decided that that was worth Ippon. Distria Krasnicki into the semi-final, Li Yanan down into the repechage contest. Coming up next on mat number 1, Paula Pareto of Argentina faces Melanie Clement of France. It's Pareto in the white judogi, Clement in blue. Clement, it was this morning, who defeated Laura Martinez Abelenda, fresh from the Spaniards' bronze medal winning performance at the Junior World Championships. Keeping her busy. Young Spaniard. Probably got another 40 minutes, I'd imagine. Maybe half an hour if we're lucky. And then we'll take a break until 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock local time. It's 2:30 here.
On the Dhabi 2, the semi-final for men on the 60 kilogram. In white for Georgia, Anya Papanashvili. And in blue for Uzbekistan.
Well, if you want to continue watching this quarter-final, just click on mat 1. But we're going to go to mat 2 because there's a semi-final about to get underway in the under 60 kilo category between Amiran Papianashvili of Georgia. He's up against Sharafuddin Lutfilayev of Uzbekistan. It's Papianashvili in the white judogi, Lutfilayev in blue. We always show or try as much as possible to show the contest that is further advanced in the round. So the quarter-finalists are outdone on this occasion by the semi-finalists. I hope you understand that if you wanted to watch Pareto and Clement, just click on one and you'll get that. An exciting fighter, Lutfilayev. Dangerous thrower. Mind you, I could be talking about Papinashvili here.
On the Dhabi 3, the semi-final for women under 52 kg, in white for Italy, Judo, and in blue for Portugal, Joana Ramos.
Yeah, nicely turned. Lutfilayev realizes that big smile on his face as he gets caught there, but beautifully turned with Tewaza by Papinashvili. It was all the effort of Lutfilayev, really. He realizes that. Could have gone either way. Unfortunately for the Uzbek, it was the Georgian Amiran Papinashvili that came away the winner from that one. Right, well, there's a semi-final going on down on mat number 3. So let's go down to mat number 3 to take a look at the semi-final between Odette Giuffrida of Italy. She's up against Joana Ramos of Portugal. It's Giuffrida in the white judogi, Ramos in blue. You want to watch Katerina Costa and Milica Nikolic, just click on 2 and you'll get that. We join this contest with 2.5 minutes left to go. There's no score. And both the athletes are penalty free. There's a golden score contest on mat number 1 between Paola Pareto and Melanie Clement. That's one of the quarterfinals in the under 48 kilo category. On mat number 2, Milica Nikolic of Serbia leads in her repechage contest against Katerina Costa of Portugal. There's 3 minutes left to go in that one. Minute left to go. Giuffrida and Ramos. Neither fighter able to break the deadlock as yet. They've both been positive and attacking. Little stab at Ojigari there from Giuffrida, and then Ramos comes back with Their own little Makikomi effort. Paola Pareto has won her contest down on mat number 1. She takes her place in the semi-final of the under 48 kilo category. Meanwhile here we're still looking for the first score. And Milica Nikolic has won her repechage contest on mat 2. She will fight for the bronze medal in the under 48 kilo category. Her opponent is yet to be determined. That will come from the loser of one of the semi-finals. They're yet to take place. Baruch Shmailov of Israel takes to the mat, down on mat number 1 in the repechage contest. He's up against Yeldos Zhumakanov, beg your pardon, sorry about that. Smetov is in a couple of fights time. So it's Yeldos Zhumakanov of Kazakhstan down on mat number 1. We're into the golden score period between Giuffrida and Ramos. Mat number 2, there's the first of the semi-finals in the under 48 kilo category. Munkbat Uransete of Mongolia faces Chernovitskyeva of Hungary. Munkbat in the white judogi, Chernovitsky in blue on the adjoining mat. That's mat 2. We're still looking for the first score here on mat 3. Giuffrida picks up a penalty for a false attack. A win here for Giuffrida would set up a really fascinating prospect, a return of the match or the contest between Giuffrida and Kelmendi. If Kelmendi could win her semi-final against Chelsea Giles, that's the upcoming contest here on mat 3. Single Shido against Giuffrida. A minute 17 of golden score gone. Very tight contest. Giuffrida just stepping things up now, and Ramos will have to be careful not to fall behind on attacks. Munkbat has just thrown Chernovitsky for Wazari on mat 2. He leads in that semi-final now, the Mongolian, with just under 2 minutes left to go in that one. Munkbat indeed has arm locked Chernovitsky. So that one is done and dusted. Munkbat into the final, Chernovitsky into the bronze medal contest. Good strong effort from Giuffrida. Low right-sided Morote Cernaghi from the Italian. And she's into the final. So Odette Giuffrida into the final of the under 52 kilo category. Baruch Shmailov has won his repechage contest down on mat number 1, overcoming Yeldos Zhumakanov. So we know one of the finalists then, Odette Giuffrida. Cameraman deciding to show Ramos instead, or the scoreboard, whichever way you want to look at it. So Chelsea Giles of Great Britain faces Mylinda Kelmendi of Kosovo. Giles in the white judogi, Kelmendi in blue, and Kelmendi had a really nasty whack to the nose earlier on. Sure that's going to be really...
It was an ouch moment.
Oh,
yeah, it was a clash of heads. It was a really awful one, but hopefully, she has recovered from that. Giles, as you can see, with the right hand on the lapel. We've seen in previous matches, quite comfortable in holding that grip. She comes in deep onto the belt. She has the Uchimata, but Kelmendi gets in there first with the Uchimata. Very, very strong high collar grip there from Kelmendi into the belt. Giles defends as well as she could, but she will pick up a Shido for that. Wasn't really much option she had on the edge of the contest area. Once more, Kelmendi draws her opponent's head down to her own height. Giles trying to lift the head up. The danger is lifting that head up and putting your weight to the rear. Being vulnerable to the Kosotas, the Uchigaris. Giles always going to be dangerous with those long limbs. She reaches forward, takes the lapel, but she has got her arm all caught up there from Kelmendi, who works her to the edge of the contest there in the Kouchigari. And that is going to be the problem for Giles. When Kelmendi gets that head down, her reaction is to try and draw the head back up, but by doing so, the weight goes onto the heels. And at the edge of the contest area, it's not as if you can actually step back to avoid. It's sidestepping which can really draw yourself onto some other dangers. Giles once more, high collar grip, good positioning to be in, but not first to the attack. Kelmendi just pips her to the post there. Oh my goodness, well, the nose is bleeding once more.
I think that might be it, you know.
Do you know, that was, it's just such a serious injury she's got there. Well, that's a second visit. But it's in two different matches, so it will go back to being the first in
for this
contest.
One,
The semi-final for men under 66 kilograms.
So I'm just wondering if our doctor's going to go down and have a look. He may say it's possible. You know, it's possible that it's just too bad an injury for her to be allowed to continue, irrespective of whether, you know, she fancies it or not. It may have gone beyond that point.
Yeah, it all depends on how, if it's split. It isn't a nosebleed, it looks like it's a split in the skin. I don't think it's a nosebleed, because it looked too high up onto the bridge of the nose.
Oddly enough, Saidov was the referee in the contest when Kelmendi had the head clash with Gilly Cohen. It's the same referee in the middle.
Yeah.
So poor fella, he's back in the middle again.
It's the bad omen for her.
Yeah. Well, I think he's had a couple of nose injuries as well. Poor side of stand up close to. I'm sure he's broken his nose at some stage.
It would be a brave man that wants to do that, though, isn't it?
Yeah. Him and Matthew Bataille. I mean, if I was in those old days of going into, a nightclub or something, and I saw those two on the door, I might think twice about going in.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes. I might be thinking how I might be put out.
Unless you know them.
Oh, well, there was always that, yeah. Which was quite often the case when we were out and about in town. A few of the guys would be working the doors, and then I remember when I was up in Wolverhampton, Elvis Gordon worked the doors on a few clubs.
Oh gosh.
You were always, you knew you were okay. You weren't going to get turfed out by him. Someone else might, but not you. But not you. God rest his soul. Yeah.
It looks like, the last time these two were was off the mat with that nose. It took a long time.
Well, let's go, as you've said that, let's go quickly down to mat number 1 then, Freddie, and see what's happening down there. Because no, here she comes.
Oh,
I knew that was going to happen. Right, okay.
We'll go back, yeah.
We'll go back to mat number 3.
As it is I suppose the other one was a semi-final as well, but...
There's no score in this contest. Chelsea Giles has picked up 2 penalties, so she's at a disadvantage here, needing to make sure that she remains error-free, whilst at the same time continuing to look for a score. Kelmendi has managed to keep penalty-free, although, there are other issues for him, that nose injury being...
Oh, it looks quite serious, doesn't it, really? But I suppose they're working on precautions rather than cosmetically, most probably.
Yes, who was it that was... There was talk this morning about Anastasia Konkina having an injury or a cut to her forehead. I was talking to the coach, Patrick Roux, and I said, is she okay? And he said, yeah, it's just cosmetic,
Yes.
cosmetic. And he then followed up quickly by saying, not that she needs it. Oh.
Nice Uchimata there, nice attack.
Going over on the left, just not having the right hand to pull through there.
Well, it must be really unsettling for her. She's strapped up across the face, and that must be troubling her somewhat. The Ouchigari combination there, nice technique. Giles comes across with her attack forward. Sasai. There's a Guruma movement there from Giles.
We're going to need golden score to sort this one out, Loretta.
Well, it's been an interesting match, and Giles is one of these young athletes from Great Britain that's coming through quite nicely. She seems to be developing so much more confidence and oozing confidence out here, definitely in this competition, and definitely one to be watched in future. He's had some good performances throughout the year. Still a young athlete, or potentially maybe not this games, but definitely the one after.
Over a year now since we last saw Kelmendi compete. She lost the bronze medal contest in the World Championships in 2017, so a year and a month, 13 months since Kelmendi last competed. Going left-sided here, just to drop the hips a little bit here. Again, the right hand is off.
Some part of me feels that instead of trying the Uchimata on someone who's so leggy, is maybe getting those hips in a bit deeper, because she's very, very powerful, but it's not needing to be anyway. So Chelsea Giles takes the third and final Shido for Hansokumaki, And Kelmendi goes through to the final of the under 52s.
In the final for women under 52 kilogram for Kosovo, Majinda Kelmendi.
And it will be the same final as we had at the Olympic Games.
That's right. It is indeed. Yildiz Zerekjanov, one of your picks this morning. Loretta has made his way to the final of the under 66 kilo category, as has Malinda Kelmendi in the under 52 kilo category. That's 2 for 2 that I've seen here.
And Gifrida.
And Gifrida. So that's 3 for 3. We will go through the picks because I think it's worth it. They were just, so good. I can't remember who it was that we looked at in the under 48 kilo category. Distria Krasniqi. And she's going to be up against Paula Pareto in a few fights' time. So there's Zerekjanov winning his way into the final of the under 66 kilo category. We're going to have a repechage contest here now between Yildiz Smetov of Kazakhstan. He's up against Albert Oguzov of Russia. It's Smetov in the white judogi, Oguzov in blue, and it was Oguzov that Loretta was talking about this morning, and here he is with a chance to get into the bronze medal contest. So, there or thereabouts would be good enough for me. If Loretta can pick them out and they're around the medals, then
that'd be quite good.
She's done a good job. So still with a chance there, still with a chance with the semi-final. Whatever happens, Krasniqi is going to be fighting for a medal, either in the final or in the bronze medal contest. And in the 52, we've already got that lined up. In the under 57 kilo category, that should all be lined up as well. That should be Nora Zhakova of Kosovo to face Anastasia Konkina of Russia. There's a chance then, if Krasniqi wins her semi-final, that we'll have 3 Kosovans in the 3 women's finals, 48, 52, 57.
That's some doing, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's an amazing achievement that happens.
As far as the 60 kilo category is concerned, this is the repechage contest. We've got another semi-final to come after this. We had the first one, that was Amiram Papinashvili of Georgia overcoming Sharafuddin Lutfilayev of Uzbekistan. Papinashvili awaits the winner of the contest between Francisco Garrigos of Spain and Guzman Kyrgyzbayev of Kazakhstan. That coming up immediately after this one between Smetov and Oguzov. There's no score as yet, as Smetov attacks left-sided with a low Marote Seanagi. 2:20 odd left to go. And then in the under 66 kilo category, I'll just give you that rundown quickly because I believe that is also complete. Dmitry Shershan of Belarus will face Alberto Gaitera Martin of Spain in the first of the bronze medal contest. The second bronze medal contest features, guess who? Baruch Shamilov up against Baruch Shmailov against Yakub Shamilov, not for the first time.
I know, Shamilov
we had that
and
one.
Shmailov.
Somebody said to me, somebody said, leave that one for Loretta to say. I think that's unfair. So I had a go. Oh, that looked as though it might be on the arm there. So I thought I'll make the mistake there.
Shamilov and Shmailov.
I knew that was going to happen though. Baruch Shmailov of Israel will face Yakub Shamilov of Russia in the second of the bronze medal contest, and the final is between Vazamag Velashvili of Georgia and Yelan Zerekjanov of Kazakhstan. So tricky little bit of introducing of the athletes to be done later on in the final block. That's the under 6 kilo category. Just 2 categories for the men today, 60 and 66, and then 3 for the women, 48, 52, 57. Right, that one.
I'm just waiting for that one, that actual fight to happen. I'll know me Smilovs to my Shamilovs.
Well, they have gone head to head before the IJF World Tour, so we should have a little bit of practice, shouldn't we?
Mm-hmm.
Or I should have had anyway, because I know that I've commentated on it once before and had a bit of a giggle. And then they've been on adjoining mats as well from time to time as they've gone towards their goal. The final of the under 60 kilo category. Well, this is a repechage contest. They were unable to make their goal today. Milov and Shamilov, they're going to end up going head-to-head in the bronze medal contest. Nice little bit of Ashiwaza there from Smetov as he catches Ogazov for Wazari with 15 seconds left to go when he goes down. 12 now that the referee, Sinisa Skrbic of Serbia, has called mate. But Smetov leads. 10 seconds left to go. Ogazov going to have to get going here. Not going to happen now.
It's going to be very different, yep.
He does end up throwing him, but they'll leave that.
Well, one of my picks has got out there in that repechage.
Yes, a seventh place finish is not bad.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
That was under the radar when we started.
Yeah, once they get there or thereabouts, I think you can say, okay, you pretty much, you hit the target. May not be a bullseye, but you certainly hit the target. Have to get with some of those sound effects, and add those. Say you're in the money and should have a cash register that rings. There's a radio show on 5 Live called Fighting Talk. And they quite often have those sorts of little jingles going on. I have to talk to our IT chief to see if we can add a few of those. Right. The semi-final in the under 60 kilo category, Francisco Garrigos of Spain faces Guzman Kyrgyzbayev of Kazakhstan. It's Garrigos in the white judogi, Kyrgyzbayev in blue. The winner of this will find himself up against Amiran Papinashvili of Georgia. A couple of contests to go after this, and then we'll take a break until 5 o'clock. The final block is at 5 o'clock today, all the medal matches, but before that we will have a roundup of all the results today and a bit of a analysis from Loretta Cusack-Doyle, who's been filling out the contest sheet diligently, which is something I am absolutely useless at doing that. Sandra Zaghetti and Annette Berm have pointed that out to me on several occasions, and I've just roped in the former Dutch and Georgian international Esther Stam into filling it out, because she's got lovely handwriting, as has Loretta Cusack-Doyle. Perfectly,
at times.
No, perfectly legible. Mine is like a spider has crawled across the paperwork, having dipped its tentacles in ink. So you won't want to be reading mine, especially when I do shorthand for the interviews afterwards. I can hardly read it. Pleased that Loretta is looking after that aspect of our recording today. Beautifully done, Loretta, your contest sheet.
Thank you, dear.
It won't be long before we're going to need them, because we've only got 2 contests after this one. There's no score yet between Garrigos in the white judogi and Kyrgyzbayev in blue. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left to go. The referee deciding no Newaza was going to result in anything there, so he calls mate, stands the pair up, and Kyrgyzbayev on standing up receives a penalty for passivity from the referee, Cho Min-sun of the Republic of Korea. I think last week we had the pleasure of the other Korean referee, Hyun Suk-hee. After contest gone, still the single Shido against Kyrgyzbayev. Chance for the shimiwaza. Against the chin. Well, as far as Garrigos was concerned, it was, and the referee agreed. Time running out here. 20 odd seconds left to go. Kyrgyzbayev looks as though he's the one who's doing the chasing. Garrigos attacking left-sided there. Still a chance for Kyrgyzbayev to work, and he threatened for a moment. Time running out. 4 seconds left to go. Looks as though this one is going to go into golden score. Both fighters sort of, without actually shaking hands and agreeing on it, decided there's only 4 seconds left to go. I'm not going to grip up at you. Nah, nor am I. So that took us into golden score, and Garrigos attacks immediately with a modified Kataguruma effort here that has Kyrgyzbayev struggling because he can't afford to block with the right hand on the leg. He was at pains to try and avoid that. Now Garrigos with a rather loose effort. With that, Morotis Sanagi almost got himself into trouble. Good pressure there from the Kazakh fighter Kyrgyzbayev as he moved around the mat. Just trying to find an opening. He's got to move that hand. Gone over to one side. He'll pick up a second penalty. Oh, it was Garrigos who picked up the penalty for ducking underneath. Rather unfortunate. But that's what's on the board. Oh no, they've changed that. Oh no, it was. Because Kyrgyzbayev already had one. And Garrigos picked up the penalty. So a penalty apiece after a minute of golden score. Kyrgyzbayev's Ojigari attack there was blocked. And now Tominson asks the fighters to tidy up their gis. And then we can get back underway. Remember, we've got a repechage contest and a semi-final to follow this one. So we've still got a little bit of judo before we take the break. It's 3:05. I'd imagine that by 8:20 past we should be pretty much done and dusted. I'd imagine that the next 2 contests are going to take us 20 minutes. Li Yanan of China will face Melanie Clement in a repechage contest, and then it'll be the second semi-final in the under 48 kilo category. Distria Kresnichi of Kosovo to face Paola Pareto of Argentina. He's never managed to get his feet in the right place, Garrigos. He's always missing the target area. Better grip here from Kyrgyzbayev. He can really threaten around the back here against Garrigos. Well, second penalty picked up by Garrigos, so they're both on 2 now. Can't afford another error. And there it is, Garrigos coming up with the score to finish things off. Just wore Kyrgyzbayev down, to be honest. 2.5 minutes of golden score it took before Garrigos came up with the winning score.
The winner, and in the final from
Francisco Garrigos into the final. Guzman Kyrgyzbayev goes into the bronze medal contest. Okay, 2 contests left to bring in, the first of which features Li Yanan of China. She's up against Melanie Clement of France. It's Li in the white judogi, Clement in blue.
Well, first Judo given to Lee in the opening first minute of this repechage match. Clement, the left hand on the lapel, high near to the collar as she reaches forward looking for the left sleeve. Taking just that little bit longer, but Lee obviously keeping it away, which means it's the second Shido who've just coming into over the first minute, so it's not a great position to be in for Lee, as she now has to really chase this contest if she has any chance of her place in the bronze medal match.
Well, for whatever reason, she's struggling with the gripping skills of Melanie Clement. She hasn't been able to put in any real attacks, and she kept her, quite a way away from her. There's the first little stab at Ojigari on the right side.
She looks well, she was trying for an opportunity in the Niwaza, but I don't think there was very much an offer for her.
Trying to work it out, trying to get past the longer limbs of Melanie Clement seems to be able to keep her opponent at bay. Li Yanan struggling to get close enough to Clement to cause her some problems.
Yeah, that's extreme one-sided grip as well. They come through, they cross grip, they come over the back, and then they reach forward. It's a little bit of a routine that they have in their grip fighting skills, which makes it very awkward to engage with. And this is the problem Lee's had right from the start. Not only the long limbs, but the gripping style and being out of sight makes it difficult to engage. She's got the legs all tied up there, but how effective on the Sangaku Jimmy, I'm not sure. She's looking, body language of Lee looks comfortable. But regardless it being on the head or not, or on the neck I should say, it's still not a good position to be in, and it does take a lot out of you. So coming into the last minute of this contest, Lee training with two Shidos, cannot afford to make any silly errors here. Clement steps across. That was a nice Osota attempt there. It was in deep. Obviously didn't feel comfortable enough to just commit on the attack. Lee aggressively tries to get her desired grip. Not comfortable to follow into the Niwaza against her opponent. Well, for tactically, Clement just needs to stay busy and engaged, putting the attacks in first, and we're now into the golden score. 2 Shidos to 1 at this moment.
I'm surprised that Li Yanan has been able to make it this far, given that she picked up the Shidos very early on in the contest, but she's still in there.
Totally agree. But she's doing well, and we've seen it turn around at the latter stage in the golden score. Kyrgyzbayev did that, and he was trailing and ended up scoring for a pawn in the golden score. So there's a possibility of just changing this all around, but cross grip, sleeve, then the Uchimata. Lee puts in an attack, but she was under pressure on the edge of the contest area. Well, coming up to the first minute in the golden score. Still no change. Clement comes in for an attack. Looks to be the Uchimata. But the head starts to go down, and Lee piles on the pressure. And the second Shido now. Would you have had this right at the beginning? No, you would have thought that it would have been over and done with. Uchigari. She's looking for the reaction from Lee, from drawing the head down. Oops. Well, at a crucial point, I don't know if
Right, I don't know if we can choose another camera, but we seem to have lost the feed from one of them. What we'll do is we will try and give you a blow-by-blow description of what we can see, and then try and keep up with things until we get the picture back.
Yeah.
But at the moment, it is minute 50 odd, already into golden score. Both fighters tied up in the middle of the mat as Clement attacks left-sided with that was Li Yanan attacking left-sided as they attacked in the middle of the mat. But the effort was blocked by Clement, and the referee stands them up again after 2 minutes and 11 seconds of golden score. No score at all between this pair. Both fighters picked up penalties. Li Yanan attacks right-sided with Uchimata, but that is blocked. No score, and the referee again calls Mate. They're back up in the middle of the mat. They take their grips. It was Clement trying to go over the top with the big left arm. And he just pushes that way, and this time she almost steps on to the Harai Goshi from Clement.
Well, it's been a real battle between those with 2 minutes and 41 seconds in golden score, and neither closer to getting the point that they're requiring. Both on the edge of picking up a Shido apiece, which would mean a hand sokumaki for either one of them. But Clement there with the left hand high on the collar as she draws in with the Ouchigari, stumbling her opponent onto her face. Lee still engaging in this contest, still looks strong enough to give something back, but Clement with the long reach is causing one or two difficulties. She reaches over again with the left high collar. Once more, Lee comes in first with the Sianagi forward attempt.
And then when they go to ground, Lee defends, and Clement isn't able to make progress, so the referee calls Mate. They're back up on their feet now. Over on the far side of the mat, Clement getting bumped away rather than and falling to the ground, but it wasn't a false attack.
No. Lee tried to take the credit for it, but sadly wasn't going to work out. Well, it's desperate means here at this moment. Both of them are looking quite tired as they go into 3 minutes and 42 seconds in their golden score. It feels like a lifetime out there for them.
Must feel like a lifetime for Kilmendi. She's waiting to come on. Who's her opponent in that last semi-final? Oh no, it's Krasnicki and Pareto.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Krasnicki. Kilmendi's already in the final. It's the other Kosovan, Krasnicki, Distra Krasnicki, waiting to fight Paula Pareto.
Of Argentina. Well, we're still no closer of knowing who is going to get into that bronze medal match, but both are still battling away. Steps across for a forward. Well, it looked like she was taking the angle off for the Oso Tagari, but switched it.
Well, I said I didn't think we would be here after 20 past unless we got a long golden score contest, and there you are.
Yes, well, it's really has been battling away with these two, and both athletes looking very tired, and their attacks are starting to show that tiredness. High collar grip there from Lee as she steps across with the hips and she rotates. Oh, she was so close.
Yeah, Melanie Clement just able to get a hand down because Lee was around the neck, the Koshi Garuma, and didn't have a hand control. Clement able to get one down onto the mat and stop herself from going over.
Well, Lee trying to control that left sleeve of Clement. Stumbles as she engaged onto the ground. Clement reaches forward, takes the lapel, then the high collar grip. Lee once more, strong attack, but just stumbled backwards from the defence of Clement, who steps across there for an attempt of a...
Shimiwaza?
Whoa!
Yep. Just left the...
She overstretched
yeah.
herself, and by trying to reach with the core, the head went up and the neck was exposed.
Just left the neck exposed there. And Lee Yanan, after 5.5 minutes of golden score, was in there quickly to execute that Shimiwaza. And that was a repechage contest in the under 48 kilo category. Lee Yanan will now fight for the bronze medal. A 7th place finish for Melanie Clement of France. Right, we come now to the semi-final, second of the semi-finals in the under 48 kilo category. Distra Krasniqi of Kosovo faces Paola Pareto of Argentina. Krasniqi in the white judogi, Pareto in blue. The last contest of the first part of the day. We have the final block at 5 o'clock, so in about an hour and a half we'll have the final block with all the medal matches, but this is the last of the prelims then, semi-final in the under 48 kilo category. Should only have one or two spaces left to fill in. Who goes into the final and who goes into the bronze medal?
That's right,
Oh,
and the
well
48s, and that's all
well
we've got.
done, Loretta.
Oh, I should say that. No, I haven't.
We've got a few more then.
I've just realised I was too engaged in that last couple of matches that I've missed out on one.
Two penalties picked up by Pareto. 2 minutes and 16 left to go. This is looking very, very difficult for the Argentinian here. She's going to need a score because the pressure that Krasniqi's putting on is incredible. It's a completely different fighter this visit at 48 kilos from the previous one from Krasniqi. She looked out of sorts and underpowered. We can put it that way. The last time she fought at 48. Then she went up to 52 and it was a much better and happier Krasniqi fighting in the under 52 kilo category. So her move back down was of big concern to a lot of people who thought that it was not the right thing to do, but she's proved many people wrong in managing to not only make the weight but look good at it. He's obviously had a lot of help in managing the weight loss and then holding it there, so she's not yo-yoing, going up and down, up and down.
She looks very strong at the weight, there's no doubt about it.
And now she's comfortable with it, and as Loretta just said, the most important thing is she looks strong. She looks strong at 48 kilos. Oh, really putting the pressure on there. Barreto felt that coming and just bailed. Was lucky to avoid picking up a false attack because she went to ground just on the strength of the grip. It was at that point that she'd gone to ground, which for me is not a grip. Which is a grip. It's not an attack. Uchimata effort there from Krasniqi, but Barreto up to defending it. A minute of golden score gone. Still 2 penalties against Barreto. Krasniqi has recently picked up one. Just beginning to look, well, not tired, but slightly ragged is Barreto. Krasniqi looks nice and strong. Just got to look out for that low Marotte Seanagi from Barreto.
And that's
and this
always,
one arm.
this just wasn't going to happen there. And
Yeah. What? How's that possible?
yeah, they've taken it off, yes. And
Yeah.
they were
sorry.
saying
Yeah, they told him
the
to
high
give,
collar
yeah.
grip, and then
Yeah.
she dropped underneath. There was no attempt of a throw, and so sadly for Barreto, she was under pressure. There's no doubt about it, and it was the only way
Yeah.
out
False
of
attack.
that situation.
Yeah. It was a false attack.
It was either that
Yeah.
or getting thrown.
Yeah. For me, that was a false attack. But my bigger concern there was that they were telling the referee, give a Shido. But maybe it was a few hours into the day, and he said, "Okay, I'll give a Shido." But then he ended up giving a Shido to the wrong person
side.
for the wrong thing.
Yeah.
Poor fella. But it's a long day, isn't it? A long day. Right, now, Loretta has filled out the sheet. She's going to have a little go at reminding us of what went on. But where would you like to start then, Mrs.?
Well, while it's still fresh in our mind, might as well stay with the 48 kilos.
Go for it.
We have Monkbat in the final with Krasniqi now, and that's going to be a battle and a half. But I think for me, the number 1 seed Monkbat from Mongolia has been looking very, very strong.
Cruised.
And she has
didn't
she
Yeah.
hasn't really had much trouble along the way. And Krasniqi, although we're saying she's comfortably moved into this weight and she's looking good, I think she's really up against a top class athlete there that will push her.
I'm going to be really bossy and steal Loretta's sheets because I can read them, so because mine are just dreadful. So Loretta's just mentioned about Monkbat and Krasniqi. That's in the final. What about
Yes.
that first bronze medal match between Nikolic of Serbia and Pareto now of Argentina?
Do you know what? It's going to be a battle between those two, but I'm going to go with Nikolic.
Really?
I
Okay.
really am. I know Pareto
Should be glad.
with the Cianagi and that, but I'm going to go on performance today. Because I think Pareto has been, for me, I think Pareto has been really predictable.
And a bit tired.
I think everyone sees the Cianagis now and they know how
Yeah.
to stop that. And I think she's been so predictable and a little bit tired that I think Nikolic will take it.
Li Yanan of China and Chernovitsky Ava of Hungary.
I think I'll go with Lee.
Okay,
I think
again,
Lee's been sharp. She's
yeah,
been looking
sharp.
good.
That's the word I was
Yes.
looking for too. Right, 52 kilos, a repeat of the Olympic final from
yes.
Rio in 2016.
Yes.
Odette Giuffrida of Italy will face Mylinda Kelmendi of Kosovo in what is Mylinda's return to international competition after a year and a month off after Budapest World Championships in 2017. Where's that one going?
Do you know what? I'm going to go making it a reverse. I'm
Ooh,
going
okay.
with Giuffrida because with Kelmendi she's had a heavy knock to the face, and I think this could be the little edge that will give confidence to the Italian.
The first of the bronze medal matches, Goffin Primo and Chelsea Giles.
Well, both of them are very, very good. There's no doubt about it. But I think Chelsea Giles has been looking very strong, and she's that shape. The Uchimatas have been working for her, and she's really upset a couple of performances today. So I'll go with Giles.
Second of the bronze medal matches in the under 52 kilo category, Gilly Cohen of Israel up against Joanna Ramos of Portugal.
I'm a real fan of Gilly Cohen. I really am. I think she's a feisty little athlete, and she will really give a good match out there. I think she could just tip it.
The final of the under 57 kilo category, Nora Zhakova of Kosovo up against Anastasia Konkina of Russia.
Konkina I've been really impressed with. I thought she has really had a solid performance, but Djokovic, she started off a little bit ropey, and I think as she's accelerated through the stages, I think she'll be the one that takes the gold.
It's an all-French first bronze medal contest in the under 57 kilo category. Priscilla Neto up against Autumn Pavia.
All I can say is horrible.
Okay,
Horrible. I
should we
think
leave
this
it
is
at that then?
yeah, I think this is going to be not a nice one.
Could be a punch-up.
Yes.
Right. The second of the bronze medal contests in the under 57 kilo category. Timna Nelson Levy of Israel up against Lien Chenling of Chinese Taipei.
Nelson Levy for me she's had some great performances this year, but Lien I think has her Niwaza is exceptional, and I think if she gets down in the ground, I think it's all over and done with.
Final of the under 60 kilo category. Amiram Papinashvili of Georgia to face Francisco Garrigos of Spain.
Old favourite Papinashvili, I think.
Okay, the first of the bronze medal contest in the under 60 kilo category. Yuri Verstraeten of Belgium to face Kuzman Kyrgyzbayev of Kazakhstan.
Kyrgyzbayev for me has been strong. He's been looking good. So I'm going to stick with Kyrgyzbayev.
And then the matchup in the second of the bronze medal contest, Yeldos Smetov of Kazakhstan to face Sharafuddin Lutfelayev of Uzbekistan.
Smetov. Definitely for me, Smetov.
Right, the final of the under 66 kilo category, Vazamag Velashvili of Georgia to face the world silver medalist, Yelan Serek Zhanov of Kazakhstan. Your pick from this morning?
Zerek Zhanov. I'm going with him
Absolutely,
all the way. I
why
thought
not?
he had a great performance today, and he's in the final, which is great.
And then the two bronze medal contests. What have we got here? Dmitry Shershan of Belarus to face Alberto Gaitera Martin of Spain.
That's going to be a really interesting match. I think both have been exceptional throughout the day, and they've got their strengths, but I think Shershan, for me, could take that medal. And
then my particular favourite, Yakub Shmailov of Russia to face Yakub Shamilov. I can read it. Yakub Shamilov of Russia to face Baruch Shmailov of Israel.
Shamilov, I'm definitely going
Of
for.
where?
Of Russia.
Okay, just checking. I got it right. You know?
I got it right.
Yeah, well done, Loretta.
Shmailov.
Okay.
I do my Shamilov
yeah.
and my Shmailovs too.
Right. Okay. So we'll be back in an hour and 25 minutes. Join Loretta Cusack-Doyle and myself for all the medal matches in the final block on day one of the Abu Dhabi Grand Slam. It's bye-bye for now.
Bye-bye.